lap right here, a quick little turn. The Nordic Center on the east side of the. For spectators, it is a good spot to be between the start and the opposite side of the Nordic Center, so you can see the group leave, come around that turn. Then the skiers will go through Eldris, which is a development of Scandinavian houses, log houses, and Eldris is also the name of a town on the course for the Swedish Vasaloppet. We'll go through Eldris, down Mora Lake, back off of Mora Lake, back to Eldris, and where our second snowdown is located. You'll turn south, come back through some smaller hills, and back past the Nordic Center here. The Nordic Center will be one soup stop, and then up in the Vasa Hills 5K into your 12K loop will be your second soup stop. And the soup stop, I believe the soup stop up by the Vasa Hills is the one that will be manned by the local Lions Club. And our soup stop here will be manned by volunteers from Wellia Health. Thank you so much for your time. And then keep your eyes out here for our Kranskulas. We do have some ladies dressed up in their traditional folk outfit. And a Kranskula is Swedish for Wreath girl. And these women volunteer their time to support skiing and show hospitality to people coming from out of town for the ski event. And they get to put the wreaths around the neck of the winners for all the long races, the lead winners, as well as give out our skiers' hats. This year, when you finish your race, you're going to get a ski hat. That was some of the feedback we got from skiers last year, that instead of getting a medal, they'd prefer maybe an article of clothing like a hat. And so we're switching to a ski hat this year. You'll get a ski hat. And you can see, eventually they'll bring the wreaths out and you'll be able to see those. They'll have those hanging for the winning man and woman for the Vasa. And our lead Kranskula this year, Kranskula 2025, is Julie Mulford. And she is born and raised in Mora and has had a few kids that have gone through our ski program and has participated in skiing in that nature. And she is so excited to be our lead Kranskula, and we'll maybe get to hear from her personally. I'll have an interview with her at some point today. Also, I'll be chatting with Chip Jardine. He's the president of our Vasaloppet board, and Peter Larson, he's our high school ski coach. Anyway, so watch for those Kranskulas. They're wearing the red coats and the skirts with the ribbons at the bottom. And the outfit is a folk outfit that is in the heritage of the Dalarna region in Sweden. And in Sweden, the Kranskulas, there is a Kranskula and a Kransmas, actually a girl and a boy. Typically in Sweden, the Kranskula is younger, actually has to be unmarried, and has to be involved in skiing competitively and from the Dalarna area. So we have a little different criteria. We usually select people that have been longtime residents of Mora and supported this ski race and the skiing community through volunteer service. And that's our criteria, and we're so excited to have Julie Mulford be our 2025 Kranskula. We do have one of our piston bullies coming through for you to see here in the finish chute. This year's poster for 2025, Vasaloppet USA poster, is a pretty special image. It shows our actually downtown start and finish from above from a drone with skiers for the classic race in the tracks waiting to start, and it shows their shadows. It was a sunny day that day. This photo was taken a few years ago, and it's just a really beautiful, special image. I believe that image was taken by Ryan Krushel, who's one of our local physicians and athletes. And so we appreciate that. Don't forget to check out our poster this year. All right, skiers, we are about 11 minutes out, 10 and a half minutes out from our official start, 10 and a half minutes out from our official start. Again, the start chute, here comes my my husband in the groomer in the piston bully there. He's been working most of the night to make sure that you have a good course to ski on, and he takes great pride in his work, as does Jim Wallace, the other groomer. Thank you so much to all the snow farmers and everyone that volunteers for that work. Anyway, your lap will be a 12K lap. You are going to start heading south. You are going to go counterclockwise. And the starting chute is this middle blue chute between the green flags. You will do a quick lap past this school here, and then come right back past the Nordic Center, east of the Nordic Center. Then you'll go through a development of Scandinavian log houses called Eldris, just east of here, down onto Morrow Lake, back up off of Morrow Lake, north to the Vasa Hills. That is where you'll have your first soup stop at 5 kilometers with blueberry soup, water, Gatorade, and goo energy packs. Also, porta potties, first aid, and emergency services will be available at that location. Then you'll turn back south through a few more hills and back past this start-finish area here to lap. You will go through the chute that is between the blue fencing and the pine trees on the farthest east. So your lap lane is farthest east between the fencing and the pine trees. Your finish lane on your 4th lap is between the blue fences here farthest west, by the announcer's booth, between the red flags, by the timing trailer as well. Our start finish downtown, this is our first ever start and finish downtown. This is new to us. And as an organization, all of the volunteers and Vasaloppet board are doing their best to improvise and make this work well for everybody and make this a great skiing event. It does give us a chance to showcase our Nordic Center, which is open to the public for free for skiing during ski season. The building is open every day from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. It does have waxing benches, sauna, showers, and a kitchenette. And we have about 3 kilometers of lit trail for skiing in the darkness. Obviously, you could also use a headlamp. And so we do get a fair amount of groups that come up on weekends, in particular from the Twin Cities, to utilize the Nordic Center. Additionally, we've been proud to host multiple high school and junior high ski races this year, largely due to lack of snow in other places. For the last few years now, we have had the pleasure of hosting the ABC Relays, which is one of the biggest ski races in the state. And then we did host, I believe it was a conference meet for a metro area group that needed a place to ski that wasn't one of the busier metro area locations. And we have just a few minutes to start time. We're at 7.5 minutes to start time. 7.5 minutes to start time. Again, skiers, we're going to sing the national anthem, and then you will hear a gun, and that is your start. No, and do not start until you hear the gun. Hold your position until you hear that gun start. So our Vasa 48K, starting in just a few minutes here, is 4 laps. And award ceremony is at 12:30 p.m. in the elementary school commons. You're also welcome to change and warm up in the elementary school commons. You can leave a drop bag there if needed. Skiers' lunch will be served in the elementary school commons. Again, award ceremony is at 12:30 p.m. Win a cash prize of $1,000 or a tribute. We just place overall male and female will receive $500, and third place overall male and female will receive $250. In the age classes, top 3 skiers will receive our coveted and very special hand-carved, hand-painted Swedish Dala horses, which used to be a child's toy and now are really more of a decorative piece and a nod to the Swedish heritage of our area. We have 3 other skate races today and 2 classic races tomorrow. 3 skate races today, 2 classic races tomorrow. Our Dala Freestyle, 36 kilometers, 3 laps, starts at 11:30 a.m. and 2 p.m. awards again in the Mora Elementary School Commons. Our Bellringer and team race, 12-kilometer, 1 lap, starts at 1:30 p.m. and 3 p.m. awards in the Elementary School Commons. Just a reminder, no fluorinated wax is allowed on our course or in our Nordic Center. Just a reminder for that. Please watch for our wonderful volunteer Kranskoulas who are here to cheer you on and ring the bell to help you go faster and put the wreath around the lead winning man and woman for the race today. And our main Kranskoula for this year, 2025, is Julie Mulford. She is born and raised here in Mora, Minnesota, has had a few kids that have gone through the ski program, and she is very proud to be here in support of Nordic skiing today. If you are just arriving, thank you so much for skiing with us today. This is our first time ever to have our start and finish here at the Nordic Center. This is new. This is new and challenging and requiring innovation and adaptation on the part of our board and all of our volunteers. And we appreciate your patience and willingness to park at the elementary school and walk over. Frankly, there isn't enough parking right here at the Nordic Center. So we need to keep that limited to the volunteers. Thank you so much for your flexibility in all of this. We are so happy to have you here. We're at 4.5 minutes until start time. The snow should be mostly tapering off and the wind fairly minimal today as we go into our races. Again, we will have a local high school choir students sing the national anthem, and then you will wait for the gun. Once you hear the gun, you can start. All right, LJ Shadeen is going to be our choir student singer today, and he is going to do an amazing job. We are so proud and happy to have him. In a few minutes here, he will be singing the national anthem for us. We do have an American flag just south of the timing booth, the timing trailer and the announcer's booth. Also, we have our Swedish flag and our new state of Minnesota flag. Skiers, are you ready? You look great out there, so colorful and ready to go on your skis. This wonderful snow that is falling, although it does make the course maybe a little more challenging, is beautiful just the same. Again, we will have our national anthem, and then you wait for the gun, and then at the gun you start. Your lapping court lane is the farthest east between the blue fence and the pine trees. Your finish lane is between the two blue fences farthest west, here by the announcer's booth and the timing booth. We're grateful to Superior Timing today to provide our timing. Don't forget award ceremony at 12:30 in the elementary school commons. And now we have the national anthem from LJ Shadeen.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed? While lights last gleam, broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that wave o'er the land the free and the home of the brave?
Excellent job. And now waiting for the gun, skiers. Hiya, hiya, hiya. Way to go, skiers. Happy trails. All right, seeing those skiers leave in all those colors and the bells ringing is just a really special thing. In just a few minutes here, I'll be interviewing head coach for Nordic skiing here at Moore Public Schools, Mr. Peter Larson. Just hang tight. Just a reminder that the leaders of this race will finish in about 2 hours. So that'll put us around 11:30 or maybe just a touch later for finishing for their race. That is also our start time for our Dala 36K race. And the reason we spread out the races a little bit more this year is frankly to relieve congestion on the trail because it's a little bit narrower and shorter loop. We felt like we needed to spread those races out instead of starting them at the same time. Again, the Vasa racers that just left, they will ski 4 laps. And we can see them now on the other side there of the Nordic Center as they head into Eldris and then down onto Morrow Lake. And they will be lapping for their race just east of the blue fencing between the trees here and the blue fencing, so you can watch them on their laps and cheer them on. The finish lane is over here by the announcer's booth between the red flags.
Hey. There you go.
All right, I want to thank Peter Larson for joining me today. So Peter, Coach Larson, I understand that you've been coaching Nordic skiing here for the Mustangs since about 2012. Is that correct?
Yes, that's true. This is my 13th season coaching the high school team here.
And tell us a little bit more about when you started Nordic skiing. How did you get interested, and what did you compete in?
So I cross-country skied a little bit with my family back in St. Cloud, where I grew up when I was really young. And then I was able to, I did a lot more downhill skiing, but my high school didn't have a downhill race team. They had a cross-country race team. So I joined that when I was in 7th grade, and I've been racing ever since.
And do you have a favorite event or a favorite skiing style that you prefer?
Classic is better. It just is. It's old school. So I'll be racing the half classic tomorrow, and I'm looking forward to that.
And tell us a little bit about your team structure. How many coaches do you have assisting you, and how many kids do you have skiing this year?
We have 4 coaches this year. It's myself, Caitlin Vickers, Chuck Flanders. He's around somewhere. I'm going to try and fix the sound here. Don't touch anything, she says. Okay. It is, we have myself and 3 other coaches. So Caitlin Vickers, Chuck Flanders, he was walking around. I saw him. Chip Jardine is racing currently right now. That's been the crew this year. We have over 50 kids signed up for the team.
Outstanding. Any particular achievements or challenges that went on this year with the team?
We just had our section meet last week on Wednesday, and we have 5 skiers going to state. A boys relay of Torsten Stenberg and Axel Olsen, a girls relay of Mia Olsen and Ada Halverson, and then Braden McKinnon qualified in the pursuit. So we have 5 skiers that'll be racing next week.
And then any life lessons that you hope your skiers take with them after being on your team?
I think the biggest thing we try to do is make sure we're having fun. But while we're having fun, we talk with the skiers a lot about working hard to meet their goals, to get better at this sport. We tell them that they don't have to be the best at it, but we do try and get better every day, and that's our goal.
So skiing can be an expensive sport to get into. How do you go about helping kids get their first set of gear?
We have 2 really good things going for us with that. And the one is our coach who's out there right now, Chip Jardine. He has done a really good job buying skis and, at the thrift stores and things when he was out in Jackson and purchasing skis that he allows skiers to use. And then in the last couple of years, we've had that Tom Geese Skier Development Fund, and they have bought over 20 pairs of classic skis for our kids, and poles and things like that, boots and sizes we needed. So that's been really cool to have that group doing that, and the Vasaloppet kind of helps support that and helps manage that along with Diane Geese. And that's been huge for us. We had every skier on classic skis this year for the first time since I've been coaching. So that was pretty cool.
Wow, that's amazing. And then tell us about the work that goes on in the summer with your skiers.
Yeah, sure. In the summer, we do a summer training program run through Mora Community Ed. So myself, and we usually have some alumni skiers who are in college come back and help coach that. So we do 5 days a week, 2 hours a day training in the summer.
Right. We appreciate your work with students here and appreciate you being part of this community. Anything else you want to share about the Mora ski team?
No, we got a bunch of skiers racing later today, and we'll have some skiers racing tomorrow. And I'm excited to be out there racing with the kids on the team.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. Go Mustangs.
Go Mustangs.
Watch for our lapping leaders probably coming through pretty soon. Our lapping leaders probably coming through within the next few minutes here. And again, our Dala 36K race, 3 laps, will start at 11:30. That is also the approximate time that we believe the leaders of the Vasa race will be finishing. So you can watch for that here in the finishing chute. And just to review, Coach Larson here mentioned the Tom Geese Skier Development Fund. Just a little bit more information about that. Tom Geese is a longtime member of this community, and he passed away in 2021 from cancer, and he spent about 40 years volunteering and participating in our local Nordic ski community in the state and locally. He was a board member for the Vasaloppet, as well as the director for a time of the board and a coach for the high school ski team. And when he passed away, a development fund was created, and basically it takes donations and helps support young skiers in getting started in the sport. So it provides ski packages for first-time skiers, including things like classic skis, skate boots, poles, going to the skiers. Also entry fees for junior national races, and fees related to summer training camp. And so far, I believe $15,000 has been donated to local youth skiers through the Tom Geese Development Fund. and through the past few years. In fact, we just had the Vasaloppet, which raises money for that fund last weekend, and it was very special because 3 of the skiers that were there, well, one of them was Tom's granddaughter, and she won one of the races, but then 2 other skiers had Tom as a coach. And I have known Tom personally, and he basically always inspired people around him to be a better person, including a lot of our kids in the community. If you are new to Mora and here in town joining us as a spectator or a skier, please welcome and don't be afraid to ask people who are volunteering for help if you have questions. We are sad that we can't have our downtown start and finish this year, but it does give us a chance to show you our Nordic Center. So this is the first ever Vasaloppet USA to start and finish at the Nordic Center, first ever. And so the Vasaloppet board and all the volunteers have had to come up with new ways to do things or set up the start-finish area. And we appreciate your flexibility in all of that. Just a reminder that if you need to warm up, come or find some food to eat, or purchase some Vasaloppet USA gear, you can find all of that over in the Mora Elementary School Commons. Additionally, there are some restrooms here in the Nordic Center, which is open for public use today, and there are some porta potties just next to the announcer's booth here as well. If you are receiving a Mora Classic or Motion Series award today, that will be awarded at the award ceremony for your finishing event today over in the Elementary School Commons. And the Mora Classic Series and Motion Series are a series of 4 athletic events in this community over the course of a year. You can start with any event, so you could start today. And you can register for the Classic Series online. And the series includes a paddle, the Snake River Canoe Race, which is the first Saturday in May, 16 miles. That's always a really fun event. And then the Mora Half Marathon, or 5K if you're doing the Motion Series, that is always the 3rd Saturday in August. For the biking, you'll do a 25-mile tour or a 50-mile tour or a 25-mile tour. Again, always the 3rd Saturday in September. And then finally, the skiing today. You have to do one of the longer races for the Classic or the shorter race, the 12K race for the Motion Series. And you can start that Motion Series at any time. The first 2 years, you get a bronze medal. The 3rd through 7th years, you get a silver medal. And then 8 years and on, you get a gold medal awarded to you for doing those events every year. Frankly, I think it's a little fun or kind of fun to have an event always to train for, the next thing to go to. And it's kind of a social thing, too. You get to see the same people repeatedly if you do those Mora Classic Series events. A few other things here. We do also have the Mora or Vasaloppet USA Ski for Life Club, and that's a one-time donation to Vasaloppet USA of $1,500. And then, frankly, you get to ski for life. So you can do our races and register for our races for life with that one-time donation. Your name also goes on a plaque in the Nordic Center. And just a little bit of history about this race. This race started in 1973, and Mora, Minnesota has a sister city, Mora, Sweden. And Mora, Sweden, of the largest Nordic ski race in the world, the Vasaloppet in Sweden, is 15,000 skiers. And so it was started in that spirit. In the early history of the race, this was a point-to-point race that started north of town and skied into town. And I can't remember the exact date, but maybe in the 2010s, we had to transition to a lap style race here, starting and finishing downtown due to low snow years. And I hear a lot of bells ringing. I'm wondering if there's going to be skiers coming through soon. Again, approximate finish times for our race leaders for our Vasa. They're going to do 4 laps, and they will finish in about 2 hours to 2 hours and 15 minutes, around 11:30, 11:45 a.m. here in the finish chute, closer to the announcer's booth here. Our Dala start time is about the same time at 11:30 a.m. So that there may be a lot going on in that moment. And the lap lane for skiers that are doing their laps is the lane farthest east here from the announcer's booth between the trees and the blue fencing. So you can watch people lapping, and you can also watch them go by the Nordic Center there. The Nordic Center is one of our stoop stops. The other stoop stop is up on the Northern Loops, where we have our other snow gun. And boy, it is still snowing strong here. I thought maybe it would let up a little bit, but it really hasn't. At least the winds are not terribly high. So we have all classic races happening, or sorry, all skate races happening today and all classic races happening tomorrow. We added the all classic race Sunday a few years ago, and it's gone over really well. And you can still register for those events online if you want to participate. Dala race today is at 11:30 a.m., 36 kilometers, 3 laps. And then at 1:30 p.m., we have our Bellringer 12K and team race, and that is 1 lap. Again, we have a 12K loop today. And skiers can change and get warmed up in the elementary school commons after the race. They'll also find their skiers' lunch there and Vasaloppet USA merchandise. Unfortunately, you won't have as easy of access to our Vasaloppet headquarters, which is right down on Main Street. So we moved our Vasaloppet store to the elementary school commons. The good thing about today is that you do get to see our Nordic Center, which is open to the public for skiing during ski season. Doors are open from about 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. every day while there's snow. There's waxing facilities, showers, sauna, and a small kitchenette. A lot of people do come up from the metro in groups to ski on weekends. We only charge a donation and not a specific trail fee. Frankly, it would be challenging as a 501c3 to charge the exact trail fees, and so we stick with donations. Everybody you see working here today is a volunteer, and they believe in our community, they believe in Nordic skiing, and they want to see you do well, and that is why their heart is here in doing that work. And thousands of, well, maybe thousands, hundreds of volunteer hours have gone into building the trail base that we are skiing on today. So thank you to those snow farmers. Some facts about what we have here for equipment. We have a skid steer, a payloader, a backhoe, bulldozer, a riding lawnmower, 2 piston bully groomers, 4 tractors, and manure spreaders. We have hauled approximately 1,300 loads of snow out onto the trail. Over 500 volunteer hours have gone in over the course of 3 to 4 months to build this course. And the core group of snow farmers is approximately 12 dedicated individuals. And we are so grateful to you and thank you so much for the hard work that you have put into all of this. And I can't see too well out of my announcer's booth to even know when the leaders are coming through. But hopefully I'll hear a lot of bell ringing and then I'll know, oh, they're coming around the lap here. We have some fun events going on this week related to the Vasaloppet. Today in the library basement, you can enjoy our local artist Vasaloppet art show and even vote on the piece of artwork that you like best. So that's going on during the day in the library basement. And then tonight at our Paradise Theater downtown at 7 p.m., we'll have the live Vasaloppet radio hour, Sharp Turn, at the bottom of the hill with live music, commercials, some hijinks, and some skits to enjoy. If you cannot stay in town for that event, you can live stream it actually on the internet and still enjoy it. You're welcome to keep your race bib today if you want. Otherwise, feel free to return it to us. We do recycle them and use them for multiple other races that are more community-based throughout the year. Sometimes we do also donate them to other race organizations that are in need of bibs. Just a friendly reminder, we do have medical services available in the Nordic Center garage. Our stoop stop today are going to be manned by the Morrill Lions Club and volunteers from Wellia Health. And the stoop stop here at the Nordic Center is Wellia Health, and the one up on the north end of the loop is going to be our Lions Club. And our timing is done with Superior Timing out of Marquette, Michigan, established in 2009. They time a variety of events ranging from running races to track and field to triathlons, as well as Nordic skiing, and we're happy to have them here. We've worked with them for a few years now. Don't forget, our Vasa award ceremony is at 12:30 today in the Mora Elementary Commons area. And our lead winners today can choose a cash prize or a trip to Sweden to ski the Swedish Vasaloppet $1,000 cash prize. Second place overall winners, man and woman, $500 cash prize, and third overall winners for the long race here, $250 cash prize. The same is true of the long classic race tomorrow, same prizes. And then for our age range, age group winners, top 3 finishers, they will get the treasured Swedish Dala horse that is hand carved and hand painted all Sweden. I've been to the factory just outside of Mora, Sweden, where they make those Dala horses, and it's a pretty special thing. You get this award that you can both display and appreciate on a shelf and also remember an event with. A big congratulations to our 2025 Kranskula, Julie Mulford. The Swedish Vasaloppet has a Kranskula and a Kransmas, both a Wreath girl and a Wreath boy, and their primary man and woman for the races, and those wreaths were lovingly made by Kranskula Hands on Wednesday. I'm a long-time resident. She was raised here, and her boys participated in skiing. They are now out of actually doing some. She has participated and volunteered in skiing through the years. I just had an update from Superior Timing, and we have multiple skiers who had passed the 5K stoop stop quite some time ago. We do have a timing up so we can see their split in that area. They're now headed south, and frankly, we should see them pretty soon. They hit that 5K mark in about 14 minutes, some of those lead skiers. And so we should see them coming through pretty soon here on their race. So we'll watch for them in that lead group. Right now we have Matt Leach, who's a longtime repeat winner of this race, and we always look forward to having him back. Also David Jodas, Sam Holt, Chris Quetzik, Jacob Ellingson. They are the first pack of 5 skiers, and then there's a few skiers just behind that in a pack. So we'll watch for those lead skiers. If you need a place to warm up today while you're spectating, don't hesitate to head over to the elementary school commons. You can get warmed up in there. There's also Vasaloppet USA merchandise, and I believe there might even be food for purchase there. But if you also need some food, you can head downtown to our local restaurants downtown on Main Street. And if you're from out of town, thank you so much for traveling here to Moore, Minnesota in this snowy weather. Probably was a slow drive for a lot of you this morning, and we're so grateful that you're here and excited to have this ski race. And if you are a skier who was actually signed up for the pre-Berkey, which was canceled today, and you're joining us, we thank you for joining us and wish you a good race on that too. So far, I've done 2 interviews today. I've spoken with Phoebe Myron-Cole. She is the president of our Morris Ski Club. And then I've spoken with Peter Larson. He's the head coach for our Mustang Nordic ski team here in town. I'll do a few more interviews today. I'll speak with Chip Georgine, who, as you may have figured out, is one of our ski coaches, but also is now the president of our Vasaloppet board, which I believe is a 2-year term. And then we'll talk to Julie Mulford. She's our 2025 Kranskula, though I know that she's a busy lady today because she has to be at multiple award ceremonies and be here at the finish line as well. And so I understand if it's a little harder for Julie to get in here for an interview today. If you are a double Loppet skier, if you have done the City of Lakes Loppet at Theodore Wirth, I believe it was this year, and now you're skiing today, you can get your double Loppet award given to you over in the elementary commons as well. There'll be a lost and found in the elementary school commons if you're missing anything. And a big, some of our sponsors, definitely not all, Wellia Health, Own and Family Foundation, Northland Automation and Engineering, Solomon, City of Mora, Swix, and Kerr Underground. Also, I know donated some large equipment, a track hoe and an end loader for us to be using to move snow and haul snow. So I know that's another person to thank. Thank you to all those volunteers who are here in the spirit of Nordic skiing to help us be our best and enjoy Nordic skiing, enjoy the outdoors. Our next race will start at 11:30. Next race starts at 11:30. That's our 36K. It's a 3-lap skate race, 36K 3-lap skate race. And then our final race of the day today is 1:30, and that is our Bellringer 1-lap race and our team race. So that's a 12K 1-lap race. We do expect the leaders for this race to finish in about 2 hours or maybe a touch more if the conditions are a little bit slow. So they would be finishing 11:30, 11:45, around the same time that the Dala 36K is starting. Headed south, skier, headed south. Headed south, turn around and head south. Are we lapping? All right, skier, way to go. We're so happy to have you. Woohoo! Go number 36, go 36, all right. Again, just to review, our start gate is the middle blue fenced area with the green flags. That's our start. So that for the next race, that's where the Dala skiers will line up. And our lap lane is the blue fencing, between the blue fencing and the trees. And so actually spectators, we would prefer that you're not on the blue fencing line. Skiers will be going through that area unless you're doing a handoff with a bottle or something. So the lap lane is east of the blue fencing between that and the trees. That's your lap lane. And then our finish lane is over here west of the blue fencing by the announcer's booth and by the timing booth. Again, a big thank you to Superior Timing for doing our timing today. They're out of Marquette, Michigan. They time a lot of athletic events, and they were established in 2009. You can live stream our Vasaloppet USA on the internet as well, through Facebook, or I believe through the ski race website, and you can see multiple views and multiple camera perspectives as well. Please also keep your eyes out for King Gustav Vasa, who might be around the premises skiing on his long wooden skis in traditional outfit. So this is to commemorate the fact that in 1520, King Gustav Vasa fled in Sweden from Danish invading forces on skis, and this is ultimately the historical origin of the Vasaloppet ski race. And so we do have a King Vasa here. And our King Vasa is Brian Harrington, and we're so happy that he is excited to put on that costume and remember that historical heritage with us. So please keep your eyes peeled for King Vasa. He may make an appearance at some point this weekend. Again, our skiers today are doing a 12-kilometer loop that is counterclockwise in orientation. And the base of that loop, all 12 kilometers, the base of it is man-made snow, and this race would not be possible today without the snowmaking that had been done in the weeks and months leading up to these snowfalls. Even with these snowfalls this week, this race probably would not have been possible without that base. They had enough base. Oh, we got some leaders coming through. Coach Larson just gave me a notification that we have some leaders coming through. So get ready, get trail side and cheer those skiers on, ring those bells. And we've got our skiers coming. We have a lead pack coming in. Let's cheer them on. Hiya, hiya. Way to go, skiers. Looking strong. First lap of 4 done. First lap of 4 done. 3 more to go. Good job, skiers. I'll give you names in a second here as my results update for who's in that pack. And we're getting our official finish line laid down. I see we've got our Kool-Aid in the snow. Thank goodness for red Kool-Aid, right? We have had a good season here with other community ski and snow events. Some exciting things that we've enjoyed have been a fat bike race, a winter triathlon with running, biking, and skiing, and skijoring where you ski with the dog. We do all those things here. We also do a lantern lopet, a fun family-friendly night ski, and a classic-only race. We have a lot going on. Pretty much every weekend from the end of January into February, you could enjoy a skiing event here. Here we have our second pack of skiers, looking good and strong, nice and smooth over that snow. Way to go, skiers, way to go. And we have that one skier in the nice plaid and denim overall outfit. I love the outfit. Way to go, skiers. One lap done for all these skiers, 3 to go. One lap done, 3 to go. I do believe we've had some lead women go through as well, which is pretty exciting that they're right up there skiing with the men. All right, so in our leading pack that came through a little bit ago, we have Matt Leach, Jacob Ellingson, Sam Holt, Chris Kwesick, David Joda. And that was the lead pack, those 5. Good job, skiers, looking good. Nice and smooth. Ski on, ski on. As you're spectating today, if you need restrooms, there are some in the Nordic Center here. Otherwise, there's head back to the more elementary times and restrooms there. And I think probably even food if you're not a skier in the there with your race, you enjoy ski. Clothes if you dropped a bag there for getting warm up and dried off. Lots of skiers coming through here. Pretty exciting. They're moving pretty fast and pretty smooth, even though there is that coating of fluff snow. Looks like that is sometimes getting caught on their ski tips as they are gliding along. Even though it's hard to tell, this is a little bit of an uphill stretch here coming into the Nordic Center too. Looking good, skiers, looking good. Way to be a skier. Lots of V2 coming up this hill where they're pulling with every glide, pulling on both sides with every glide. Good job, skier, looking strong. Okay, our next ski race, 36K Dala, starts at 11:30. This is also about the time that our winners for the Vasa 48K will be finishing, or maybe just a touch later. We'll have a lot going on here in the start-finish area at about 11:30, 11:45. And then this afternoon at 1:30, we have our Bellringer 12K race, which is 1 lap. And also our team 12K, which is combined times for teams with winning teams based on their combined time. I believe that was Denny Green that just went through skiing. Good job, Denny from Andover, Minnesota. And we have Mark Burns from Minnetonka. Way to go, Mark. Looking strong. PJ Anderson from Golden Valley. Michael Garlinghouse from Minneapolis. Good job, skiers. We're so proud that you're here. So happy to host you and help you enjoy Nordic skiing at its best. As the skiers are out today, They will be able to enjoy some blueberry soup, blåbär, which is from Ekströms, which is a Swedish company. And in Sweden, during Vasaloppet Race Week, they have a whole week of ski racing, frankly. And during Vasaloppet Race Week, there's the Blåbärsloppet. I think I'm saying that right. I may not be. Anyway, that's their blueberry soup race, which is 10 kilometers. But it just sounds a little bit funny to us when we say it in English, maybe. So hopefully the skiers enjoy some blueberry soup today. Good job, skiers, looking strong, coming on through to the Nordic Center. Thank you to our Soup Stop volunteers today. Wellia Health volunteers are hosting here at the Nordic Center, and then Lions volunteers are hosting up at the north end of the lap by our other snow gun. Thank you so much to those volunteers. Thank you also to our Vasaloppet board, who put in endless hours all year long, actually. Even in the summer, they're meeting and planning and talking about how to host this ski race and how to promote Nordic skiing in our community. And so thank you for the council of all the Vasaloppet board members. Schools are responsible for efforts of hospitality, cheering on the skiers and welcoming them to the finish line, but also being present at and helping run the community events that we've had so far this week. So far this week, we've enjoyed bingo at Kev's Depot, and we enjoyed a craft brewery tasting event at the Grand Event Center last night. Sorry, not last night, Thursday night. We enjoyed live music with The Groove at the Crystal Bar and Grill last night. And today and tomorrow, you can go to the library basement and enjoy the local artist art show, Vasaloppet art show. That's always fun. And then tonight, a very special live radio event in the tradition of old radio shows is the Vasaloppet Radio Hour Sharp Turn at the bottom, with local talent and live music, skits, commercials, and sound effects. So feel free to enjoy that at the Paradise Theater at 7 o'clock, or if you can't stay in town, you are welcome to live stream that on the internet as well. Then tomorrow we have all classic races, and the Vasaloppet Art Show continues. Tomorrow we have our long classic and our half classic, with the start and finish in the same area by the Nordic Center. Classic racing tomorrow starts at 10:30 a.m. with combined start for both the classic and the half classic. We'll start at the same time, followed by our mini Loppet for our younger skiers, 6th grade and under, and that'll be at 1:30 p.m. Here in this area, with options for a half K, 1K, or 4K loop. Weather today looks like it will get to a high of 19 this afternoon between 1 and 4 p.m. Probably some light snow continuing through about noon. Wind is fairly minimal, and in a southward direction. Tomorrow will be a slightly colder race event, starting in the single digits at race time, maybe getting up to the teens for Fahrenheit temperature by the end of the race. But no snow. Partly cloudy, no snow. Today we're totally cloudy with snow. Good job, skiers. Way to be a skier. Hiya, hiya. Listen to those bells ring. You can enjoy open skiing here tonight with family or friends. Also, you can enjoy full use of the Nordic Center with waxing, benches, sauna, shower, and a small kitchenette area tonight after all the racing is done for the day. This is our first ever start and finish here at the Nordic Center in the history of Vasaloppet USA. And that has required some patience and troubleshooting on behalf of all our volunteers and our Vasaloppet board, and we appreciate your understanding in that and your willingness to park at the elementary school and walk over. The Nordic Center parking area, frankly, isn't big enough for all the skiers and spectators and volunteers that need to be involved today. So we appreciate your flexibility with that. So far today for interviews, we've enjoyed talking to Phoebe Myron-Kroll. She is the president of our Mora Ski Club, which prides itself in promoting skiing for fun, family-friendly ski events, learning to ski, and putting on some smaller community races here in Mora. And then we also had a chance to speak with Coach Larson, head of the Mustang Nordic Ski Team today. Hopefully later today we'll talk to Chip Jardine. He's the president of the Vasaloppet board and also one of our ski coaches with Coach Larson. And then maybe Julie Mulford if she has time. She's our 2025 Kranskula. But she'll be fairly busy between finish line wreath giving and award ceremonies over at the elementary school. So we'll see if Julie has time to chat. I do have my map of the USA here so that I can mark off what states we get skiers from. I'm always impressed every year at the number of people we get from out of state. And so I thought I'll print off a map and mark them off so we can kind of keep track of how many states we get represented. I don't know if you've seen the poster this year for the Vasaloppet USA, but the poster is really beautiful. In fact, I was even thinking of maybe framing it and hanging it in our house. So the picture is of our Main Street start-finish area for one of our classic races. And the sun is out and there's shadows and it's from above. So you're looking at the skiers waiting to start from above and seeing their shadows and their skis in the tracks and all the colors of their skis and their ski gear. And it's a really unique photograph. I really like this year's poster. The photo, I believe, was taken by Ryan Kruschel, one of our local photographers, using a drone from above, and must be from actually 2 years ago when we had a really nice snow year and actually didn't even need to make any snow hardly to Vasaloppet ski race course done. It takes a lot of snow actually to cover Main Street with snow. That is a very snow intensive thing to do. And because we have the low snow this year, we just couldn't do that Main Street finish because of the amount of snow it requires. Good job, skiers. You're looking so good coming through on that lap. Make sure you get some blueberry soup out there. So our leaders have passed the soup stop up on the north end of our lap. And that's a 17K mark. And right now we have a pack of 6 that are together. And Jacob Ellingson, Sam Holt, Chris Keach, seems like that snow on top is maybe making things a little bit slower for people today, the soft, fluffy snow. I do have a youth skier with me today who has participated in Fast Track. And what is your name, my dear?
Addie.
And when did you start to ski? What do you like about skiing? Are you going to participate in the mini Lopet tomorrow?
Yes.
Do you know which distance you're going to do? We're not sure yet. I heard that you also tried skijoring. Is that right, Addie?
Yeah.
What do you think about what is skijoring? What do you do when you skijor?
You ski with a dog.
And what do you think that would? So we have a local skier, Addie, and she is 6 years old, and she has had fun participating in Fast Track run by the Morris Ski Club this year. And she also learned to skijor this year with her family dog. All pretty fun. And we'll be doing the mini Lopet tomorrow. Good job, skiers. You're looking so good, smooth. Listen to those bells. Let them help you go faster. We're cheering you on. All right, just a reminder, Dala 36K starts here at 11:30. And probably shortly after that, we'll have the finishers for our Vasa 48K. Good job, skiers. Way to go. Good job. We're cheering for you. Be a skier and be your best person out there today. Do they teach you how to get up? How do they teach you to get up if you fall?
You fake fall at first, and then you turn to one side and get up.
Yeah, so knowing how to get yourself up on skis is really important, and that's one of the first things they do. And what did you learn to do this year that was really exciting? You learned how to go down some pretty big hills, didn't you, Addie?
And I got put in a faster group.
Oh, you got moved up a little bit, huh? You like bombing those hills. How should you position yourself when you go down a hill on classic skis? Do you have to bend your knees and kind of tuck your poles in? Yeah. And who's your favorite Fast Track coach?
Fun Mary.
Fun Mary in the green coat. Yay, Fast Track. All right, so 1:30 a.m. today we have our Dala 36K skate race at 11:30 a.m. and then 1:30 p.m. we have the Bellringer 12K 1 lap and team 12K. The team race is basically scored on the culmination of all of the teams' times, and the fastest combined time is the winner, and then second and third place based on that. It's not a relay where they hand off throughout the course. They just all do the course and then they add up their times. Vasaloppet USA works closely with the Vasaloppet in Sweden. In fact, the director sometimes will even meet with the director for Vasaloppet Sweden. A few years ago, they wanted us to add more ski races to the weekend. And that was when we decided to have Saturday be Skate Saturday and Sunday be Classic Sunday. And in theory, you could ski both long races both days and really get those kilometers in, couldn't you? Tonight, as we all sleep, our groomers will be back out and setting the tracks for tomorrow's classic race. For tomorrow's classic races, there'll be 2 sets of tracks around the entire course, 2 sets of tracks. All right, we should have that leading pack coming back through here even in the next few minutes. And again, today's first place man and woman finisher get an option of $1,000 cash prize for the Vasa or a trip to Sweden for the Swedish Vasaloppet. Second place, male and female, get $500. Third place, get $250. Top 3 finishers by age class get our coveted Dala horses all the way from Sweden, hand-carved and hand-painted. Boy, are they special. I've been to the factory where they make those, and historically they were a child's toy, but now they are more of a commemorative historical piece, and they are so nice to display on a shelf to remember an event, but also are just frankly beautiful to look at. And so those Dala horses are waiting for you, skiers. They are waiting. Our award ceremonies will be in the Mora Elementary Commons today. And the award ceremony for this race will be at 12:30 p.m. in that Commons area. Also in the elementary Commons, you can find restrooms, your skier's lunch, you can change your clothes if you dropped a bag there, and you can find Vasaloppet USA merchandise. Unfortunately, because we don't have our downtown start and finish, we do not have easy access today to Vasaloppet headquarters, which is the old train depot building right there on Main Street. So we did move all of the merchandise here to the elementary commons so that you could still purchase merchandise if you wish. Additionally, don't be shy if you want to go to any of our downtown restaurants for lunch or to eat later in the day. I'm sure they would appreciate the business and be happy to have you. Skiers lunch will be available for all finishing skiers from noon to 3 today. You just have to show your lunch ticket that you received in your registration packet. Spectators, you can purchase additional lunches for $10 a piece. Open skiing will be here tonight in the finish line area and out onto the course after 4 p.m. And the trails will close again at 5:30 p.m. for grooming and preparation for classic race tomorrow. Chlorinated wax is allowed on our course or in the Nordic Center. Finishers this year will be receiving a finisher's hat. In past years, we have done a finisher's medal, and we did get some feedback that they would more so appreciate a piece of clothing that could be used for Nordic skiing. And as a result, we have moved to giving a finisher's hat. And so the Kranskoulas will be giving out finisher's hats at the finish line as skiers come through on their last lap today. Additionally, those man and woman skiers for long races will get a route around by this year's Kranskoula or Wreath maiden, Julie Mulford. She is the official lead Kranskoula for 2025. And we typically pick our Kranskoulas based on service to the community and involvement in the ski community. Julie's a longtime resident, born and raised in Mora, Minnesota, and has had some boys who have gone through the ski program here and has participated in skiing. as a result, and that makes her more than qualified to be this year's Kranskula. Although I will note that to be a Kranskula in Sweden, you must be unmarried and have distinguished yourself in the sport, and be from the Dalarna area. So that's interesting. And there's also a Kransmas, a Wreath man, in Sweden. So you'll see both a young man and a young woman at the finish line, giving the winners their wreaths. So a little different criteria, but the same spirit, I would say, to having a Kranskula. And then the folk costume that you see the Kranskulas wearing is styled after the traditional folk costume for the Dalarna area in Sweden. All of the regions in Sweden have their own traditional folk costume. And so that's where the costume comes from. Just a reminder to skiers not to empty energy gel packets on the trail today. They do tend to, first of all, it's litter, but then also if you ski over them, that could be sticky and or slow up your skis. At the suit stops, you'll see different color aprons. So there's a red apron, a blue apron, and a yellow apron. Red aprons are energy drink, and blue aprons are blueberry soup, blabber, and yellow aprons are water at our soup stops today. For race results, you'll receive a text with your race results after you cross the finish line, a text message. Overall and age class race results will be posted online on a link through the website later in the day. A big thank you to Superior Timing out of Marquette, Michigan, established in 2009 and having a long history of timing multiple events, including running, track and field, and Nordic skiing. They're here today and in the gray timing trailer just next to the announcer's booth here. Still waiting on that leading lap of leaders to come through, having finished their second lap. Probably should be any time now. We have a 12-kilometer lap that does include part of Morrill Lake. And the bulk of that lap was built with man-made snow as a base over the last few months. And if that base hadn't been there, it likely, first of all, the base was nice enough that it withstood the warm weather we had a week or so ago. And I don't think this snow today would have been sufficient to hold the race. And so the base is what made this possible, and that is a big thank you to our snow farmers. And I think we have some of our leaders coming through now. They're a little bit more spread out. So we've had 4 come through here. And in that pack of 4, we have Wilson Moore, Matt Leach, Sam Holt, Chris Kites in the pack of 4. So that's a 24-kilometer mark for those skiers. Two laps to go until we have some finishers coming across the finish line. We just had David Jota come through as well in the top 5 for the men. And Jacob Ellingson just came through in 6th position overall for the men. Keep your eyes peeled for King Gustav Vasa today. You may see him skiing on long wooden traditional skis out on the course today, and that is in commemoration of the origin of the Vasaloppet, where King Gustav Vasa had to flee from Danish invaders in Sweden, and that is the basis or historical basis for the Swedish Vasaloppet today. We got quite a few more skiers coming through here in the top 14, roughly. Top 14 have come through. All men, top 14. One of them is from UMD Nordic Ski Club. University of St. Thomas is in there. U of M Madison is in there. So we've been skiing for about an hour and 10 minutes at this point. It does seem like the skiing is a little bit slower than anticipated, likely due to the soft, fluffy snow on top. Original estimated finish time for the Vasa would have been about 2 hours, but with slower snow, it might be a touch longer than that. So our next race here starts at 11:30 a.m. That is our Dala 36K race, starting here at 11:30 a.m. in the middle starting chute. Way to go, skiers! Good job, skiers! We have another UMD Nordic Ski Club skier that just came through, Liam. 2 other male skiers from St. Paul. We're still in our first top 17 males so far. So this race here in Mora, Minnesota started in 1973 as a nod to our sister city, Mora, Sweden, which is home of the original Vasaloppet ski race. And from its beginning, for many years, it was a point-to-point race that started north of town in Warrens, I believe it is. And the longest option at that point, the longest trail, was 58 kilometers. And I think it would have been in the early 2010s that because of low snow years, we were forced to look at doing lap races that start and finish in town because we had more control over making snow and moving snow and guaranteeing a race. And with the point-to-point race and the landowners that participated in that, we required about 18 inches of snow to be able to groom it and ski it on average. And once that became less common, we moved to the in-town start and finish and established our snowmaking starting in about 2015. And that's when we really moved to this lap race that starts and finishes at the Nordic Center today, but then also downtown whenever possible. We do still have some landowners that allow us to traverse their land with today's race. And a big thank you to them for letting us use their land and having the course go across their land. That is much appreciated, and thank you for supporting this big event in Mora. I think we have a few skiers thinking about getting ready for their 36K race, which will be starting in under an hour. 45 minutes until the 36K Dala Freestyle. Again, that start area is in the middle chute between the blue fencing. You self-seed. Feel free to put your skis down behind the green flags in a self-seating fashion about where you think you would be in terms of your goals and ability level. About 45 minutes until that start. That start will be the same as the previous start with a national anthem and then a gun, and do not ski until you hear that gun. Awards for the 48K Vasa will be at 12:30 in the elementary school commons. Awards for the Dala 36-kilometer 3-lap race will be at 2 p.m. in the elementary commons. Awards for the Bellringer 12K 1-lap and team race will be, the race will start at 1:30 and awards will be at 3 p.m. in the elementary commons. Well, let me just take a look at our tracker here and see if we have racers that have passed the K mark up there at the next soup stop. Nobody has reached the northern soup stop yet. Make sure you check out this year's poster for our Vasaloppet USA. The poster has a really beautiful photograph that was taken with a drone from above from a classic Main Street start and finish a few years ago, and it shows the skiers waiting to start, and all the colors of their skis and their ski outfits is really special, and then there's shadows too because the sun is coming up behind them. And that was taken with a drone from above. It's a pretty special poster. I like it so much I'm thinking about maybe framing it. I believe that photo was done by Ryan Kruschel, who's one of our local photographers. Way to go, skiers! Way to go, skiers! Getting that second lap done. Good job, skiers. If you want to come back to our Mora community for other athletic events, we do have our motion series and our classic series. You can start with any event and for that. If you are indeed completing your Mora Classic or Motion series today, you can receive your medal in the Mora Elementary Commons at the award ceremony for your finishing event today. The events include this ski race. The longer ones are needed for the Classic series, and the shorter race can be used for the Motion series. But then also our Snake River Canoe Race, which is the first weekend in May, 16 miles, is a really fun event, especially if the water is pretty high. You get out there and you move fast and you maybe get a little wet. And then we have our half marathon, which is the third Saturday in August. And then we have our bike tour, which is the third Saturday in September. We do also host, the number of events that we're hosting here at the Nordic Center is growing. And we have a trail race called the Swedish Mile that happens the first, I think it's the first or second weekend in October. And that's a 10K race, which is a Swedish Mile. Jokingly, of course. And then we have a few other snow-related events that we like to host here. So we have fat bike racing and skijoring, which is skiing with dogs. And we have a winter triathlon. And we have a classic-only community race and a lantern for fun, lantern-lit night ski that have all happened here so far this year. And there's just a lot to do. Plus, if you want to come up and enjoy our Nordic Center and our ski trails, they are free and open to the public. During ski season, the Nordic Center is open from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. roughly. There are waxing tables in the Nordic Center, as well as showers, sauna, and a kitchenette in case you wanted to come and make a day of it with friends or family. We do often get vans of people that come on weekends from other places to ski here. We do not charge a formal trail fee, but do ask for a donation to help with the cost of snowmaking, which primarily involve gas for fuel, for generators and equipment. But then also there are occasionally breakdowns in equipment that need to be fixed during the course of the season, sometimes fairly urgently. I think our first snow gun, the one here at the Nordic Center, went in around 2015. Ideally, snow is best made below 20 degrees. So there's a pond, a cooling pond. You pump the ground, right? The water comes out of the ground, and it's warmer coming out of the ground, about 50 degrees. So you need a cooling pond near the snow gun to bring the temperature of the water down to where it will actually freeze and make snow when it's shot out of the gun. So there's the cooling pond nearby, and a pump to get it out of the cooling pond and over to the gun. And so we have the same setup here, and then up on the northern end of the loops, we have the same setup with a cooling pond and a snow gun there as well. Basically, our snow farmers start by making a small loop, and then they try to strategically make the loop bigger and bigger based on available snow. And typically the loop starts anywhere from half a K to a K, and then just continues to grow. Up until maybe mid-January, the loop was about 5 or 6 K, and then they really added a lot to it in the last few weeks here, getting that 12 K total. And even though we have gotten this 2 snowfalls here this week, this race would not be possible today without that base of snow that was already laid down by all the volunteers doing that snow farming. It just wouldn't be thick enough or firm enough, and there would probably be a lot of exposed dirt areas with just the natural snowfall that's happened. Way to go, skiers, looking good. Second lap down. Good job, skiers. If you are interested in donating to the Vasaloppet organization, we are a nonprofit organization, and you can find a location to donate right on the website, a link. We're a 501c3. Also, you can donate to the Tom Geese Skier Development Fund if you wish. I think there's links to that both through the Ski Club and the Vasaloppet websites. And again, that Tom Geese Skier Development Fund is in commemoration of Tom Geese. He died in 2021 of cancer, and he has a long skiing history in this community of about 40 years. And he was on the Vasaloppet board. He was director of the Vasaloppet board and a longtime Nordic ski coach at the school. Also a community leader and the father of 7-time Vasaloppet champion Chad Geese. Anyway, when he passed away, they made the fund, and so far the fund has given out about $15,000 of support to our local youth skiers in the form of equipment, but also funding entry fees and camp fees. And Tom himself, I did know him personally. He was a really special individual, and he always promoted doing the right thing, making the right choices, being your best self, and making progress, and being a skier. He would always say, be a skier. And so Tom is pretty special to all of us. We did just have the Vasaloppet last weekend, and his granddaughter won, I think it was the 10K. And then 2 other skiers, if not a few more, actually had Tom as a coach who were at the event. So that was a pretty special for all of us. All right, and so I do see that our leaders are now passing the soup stop up on the north end of the loop at the 29-kilometer mark. And right now, showing up, at least on the tracker here, I have 3 males showing: Wilson Moore, Matt Leach, and Sam Holt. are all passing that mark within seconds of each other. And Chris Cates just passed that soup stop as well. He'd be fourth. Also now passing the 29K mark, we have David Joda. He'd be in 5th place overall. Jacob Ellingson is now at the 29K mark, 6th place overall. Listen to those bells ring. Good job, skiers. Way to go, 2 laps down. Good job, skiers, good job. Now we have quite a few skiers passing that 29K mark all the way through the 12th position. It's fun to watch the skiers through the pine trees here and the snow falling, especially if they're all in a row. It's really quite beautiful to watch them all ski together. So we've done 2 interviews so far today, and I look forward to interviewing Chip Jardine. He's our Vasaloppet board president, also a ski coach on the ski team for the high schoolers, and then maybe Julie Mulford, this year's Kranskula 2025, will have some time to join us between finish lines and award ceremonies, though I totally understand if she doesn't, because she's a busy lady today. If you're spectating, you can warm up and also buy a lunch over in the Mora Elementary Commons between races. Also, don't be afraid to visit some of our local restaurants down on Main Street if you have a little more time to spare. Our next race starts at 11:30, and we're just a little over half an hour out from the start of the Dala 36K. Conditions do seem slow today. There's no question about it, and it's that softer, looser snow on top gets caught on the ski tips and just slows down the glide a little bit in general. And all these skiers are really toughing it out and doing their best and going strong despite it. Tonight we will have open ski from 4 to 5:30 if you want to ski for fun here on the trails. And then at 5:30 we'll close our ski course again to start grooming for the classic races tomorrow. We'll have 2 sets of classic tracks throughout the whole course tomorrow, probably more sets in the finish in the start area, probably at least 4 sets, if not more than that in the start area if possible. And those races tomorrow, both the classic and the half classic, will start at 10 a.m. together. The classic is 48 kilometers and the half classic is 24 kilometers. And then 1:30 tomorrow, we'll have our kids race, 1:30 p.m. And there'll be the option for a half K, 1 kilometer, 4 kilometer lap on that. And that is for 6th grade and younger, 6th grade and younger. And all skiers in the mini Loppet will get a treat and an award from the Kranskulas, who will welcome them across the finish line. If you're doing one of our races later today, our bib pickup for today's races is over in the elementary school commons. In just about half an hour, we'll have the start to our Dala 36K freestyle at 11:30, and 1:30 is the Bellringer and team race 12K, which is 1 lap. The Dala race is three laps. Soup stops today. You'll have 1 soup stop right here at the Nordic Center, staffed by Wellea Health employees. The other soup stop on the north end of the lap at about 5 kilometers into the lap will be staffed by the Moral Lions Club. If you're particular about what you're taking at the soup stops, you can look for red aprons. They have energy drink. Blue aprons, of course, have blueberry soup, or Ekströms blåbär, as they would say in Sweden, and yellow aprons have water. Please take care not to leave energy gel packs on the trail, as they can actually gum up people's skis. Way to go, skier! Good job, skier! And for the start of our 36K Dala race, you can start self-seating your skis in the start area. The start area is in between the 2 blue fences by the green flag that says start. And our start process will be the same as for the Vasa. We will have a high school singer sing our national anthem, and then the gun. Do not ski until you hear the gun go off. And a great congratulations to our young singer earlier today who sang the national anthem for us. It was really beautiful how he sang, and I appreciate that. We have a lot of fun things going on here in our community along with the Vasaloppet in addition to skiing. Today you can enjoy the Vasaloppet art show in the library basement. And then tonight at 7 p.m. you can enjoy the live Vasaloppet radio hour, which is done in the traditional format of a live radio show. And it is live streamed also on the internet if you can't stay in town to watch. It is at the Paradise Theater and will feature some local talent, live music, commercials, skits, hijinks, and some live sound effects. So if you want to enjoy that, feel free. Tomorrow morning, you can enjoy a breakfast at the Masons Lodge from 8 a.m. to noon. Vasaloppet Art Show does continue throughout the day tomorrow until 4 p.m. You can partake in that in the library below the basement. Other events that we've already held this week include bingo at Kev's Depot was on Wednesday night. And some of our Kranskoulas helped with that. And then we had a live tasting event, craft beverage tasting event at the Grand Event Center on Thursday night, which the Kranskoulas also helped with. Last night we had a community party with The Groove at the Crystal Bar and Grill and a pasta feed, in addition to the art show which started yesterday. Lots of really fun things going on in this community. Thank you for being here with us today, skiers and spectators. Thank you for your flexibility with our new start-finish location. This is the first time ever in the history of the Vasaloppet that the start and finish has been at the Nordic Center. The Main Street start and finish has such a special feel, but this does allow us to show you and showcase our Nordic Center, which is open for public use during ski season. So there are some pros and cons to having it here. I would say so far the Vasaloppet board has done a good job basically having to change their entire plan a few weeks out from the race and making everything run smoothly. So far things are really going well. We're looking for today, that would be afraid to ask. You can also contact the Vasaloppet for the fact if you realize you lost something once you get home. For skiers here getting ready for that next race, the Dala Freestyle 36-kilometer 3-lap race starting at 11:30. 11:30. So we're just over 20. We're 23 minutes out. Feel free to self-seed in the middle. Self-seed in the middle between the two blue fences by the flag there. You'll start headed south and basically join the flow of the 48 Vasa that's already taking place. Dala skiers, your award ceremony will be at 2 p.m. in the elementary school commons. 2 p.m. Don't forget to enjoy your skiers lunch afterwards in the elementary commons. You can also change your clothes, get warmed up, dry off. After you left a drop bag in the elementary commons. And then we do have Vasaloppet USA merchandise available for purchase in the elementary commons as well. About 20 minutes out from the start of our Dala. 20 minutes out from the start of the Dala. 36-kilometer 3-lap skate race. For the start of the race, just a reminder, we'll have a local high schooler sing our national anthem, and then we'll shoot off the gun The gun is when you start to ski. You start on after the gun or at the gun. Good job, skiers. Way to go. I see some people warming up for that 36-kilometer race. 48 skiers are coming through on their laps. It's a very festive feeling here at the Nordic Center. Lots of spectators kind of between the area and the course east of that on the east side of the Nordic Center. It's a good spot to spectate because you get to see people twice in a pretty short duration of time. Lots of bell ringing happening, occasional gusts of wind with snow coming off of trees. Still snowing. According to weather, the snow should really start to taper off around noon. And our high for the day will be about 19 degrees through about 3 p.m. Wind is southward, fairly mild, but up to 8 or 9 miles per hour. Tomorrow will be partly sunny, colder, no snow. In the single digits likely at the start of the race tomorrow for temperature. Dala skiers, feel free to self-seat in the start area. The start area is between the two blue fences behind the green flags. You're going to head south and basically join the flow of traffic that's already happening from the earlier race. You have a 12K lap that you're going to do 3 times. You're going to head south and do a quick turnaround right here by the school. Then you go over into Eldris, which is a development of Scandinavian log houses. Then down onto Mora Lake and off of Mora Lake up to the Vasa Hills. Oh, I think we got our leaders here for our Vasa coming through. So they are now finishing their 3rd lap. At the 36K mark, I have Wilson Moore, Bozeman, Montana, and Matt Leach, Long Lake, Minnesota, in places 1 and 2. Yep, 1 lap to go. 1 lap to go. This is the last lap, and then we will have our finishers for the long race coming through. Let me see how they're doing on time. So it's a slow course for them, I would say. And again, it's because of that dry, fluffy snow that's on top. So our long race Vasa skiers are now starting to come through. The leaders are now on their last lap. We'll anticipate them probably around 11:30 or maybe a touch later, depending. Just a friendly reminder, if you do need to drop out of the race today for any reason, please tell one of the volunteers at the soup stops. Or you can come and tell our timing trailer directly with Superior Timing in the gray trailer at the finish line. But make sure you let somebody know so that we know that you're off the course and that we don't need to look for you. 3rd place came through, 3rd place overall, Sam Holt, Minneapolis, Minnesota. So these skiers are at 36K mark right now as they're coming through, finishing that 3rd lap. 1 more lap to go for the Vasa. Dala starts here in just a few minutes. Those skiers are warming up and they have about 16 minutes until the start of their race. 11:30 a.m. is the start of the Dala. You're going to start heading south The start area is between the two blue fences behind the green start flags. You will join the flow of the race that's already happening. Your award ceremony will be at 2 p.m. in the elementary school commons. And again, all the races today are freestyle, which means you can classic them, but predominantly people are skating them. And we do anticipate that the winner of the Dala 36K will finish their race in 1.5 hours or maybe a touch longer given the slower conditions. And winners in the age classes today for the Dala, top 3 in the age classes will get a beautiful Dala horse that is hand carved and hand painted. Additionally, I think the overall male and female winners will also get a wreath from the Kranskoulas, from Julie, this year's Kranskoula 2025. I think that you will get a wreath around your neck as well. When you finish your race today, instead of a finishing medal, we have switched to finishing hats. So you'll get a Vasaloppet USA hat. And that was based on feedback that you gave us from previous races. So we did make that change. Hopefully you enjoy your hat and wear it around. So far, we're 10 through. 10 skiers have come through on the Vasa, passing that 36K mark right here, starting their last lap. Dala skiers, about 14 minutes to go, start time of 11:30. You're going to start heading south and join the general flow of traffic for the Vasa, which is already going. Your award ceremony is at 2 p.m. Don't forget your skier's lunch with the ticket that's in your registration bag. Spectators with you can also purchase a lunch for $10. Additionally, you can change clothes and warm up and get dried off in the elementary commons there. We will also have Vasaloppet merchandise for sale in the elementary commons. Lots of skiers warming up. Looking good, skiers. I was just looking for our lead females here see if I can track down where the lead females are. I think based on this, our lead females have all hit the 29K mark up at that northern soup stop. And it looks as though first and second place are Chelsea Youngberg and Renee Anderson. And they should probably be coming through on their lap here pretty soon. And they're in 20 and 22 place overall. And then Mia Chase, 26th place overall from Minocqua, has passed that 29K mark as well. Those are the top 3 females out there. All right, we're preparing now for that Dala. So exciting. Dala Freestyle 36K race starts here shortly. You're going to hear the national anthem sung by one of our local high school choir members, and then you will hear the start gun. You do not start to ski until you hear the gun. Start when and after you hear the gun. Start with the gun. 3 laps for you today, 3 12-kilometer laps. You're going to start heading south and join the general flow of the Vasa race, which is already in progress. Do a quick turnaround right here by the school. Come back past the, go into Eldris, down onto Mora Lake, up to the Vasa Hills. That is where your first soup stop will be. At the 5K lap marker into your lap. So first soup stop is 5K in. They'll have Gatorade, water, blueberry soup for you, and also some power gels. Please take care not to throw the power gel wrappers on the course, as they can gum up skis in addition to being litter. And look for, if you're really interested in the soup stops, look for the color coding of the bibs. Yellow is water, red is energy drink, and blue, of course, is blueberry sloop or blobber from Ekströms in Sweden. Give it a try. It's pretty tasty. It really hits the spot. Best served warm. Ten minutes to go. 10 minutes to go until start time for our Dala. Lots of skiers and spectators making their way over. Please take care not to go on the race course, as there is a race presently taking place. The Vasa is still taking place, so please take care not to go in front of skiers who are actively skiing their race. If you are just arriving to ski your Dala, you need to be in the middle start area, in the middle between the two blue fences and behind the green start flag. If you're just arriving spectators, please take great care not to go in front of skiers who are skiing their Vasa in progress, their Vasa long race in progress. Please take great care not to go on the ski course in front of skiers who are racing. For Dala skiers who are just arriving, please go in the middle chute, and self-seed in that area with faster elite skiers towards the front and casual amateur skiers towards the back. I hope you all have a great day out skiing. Thank you so much for joining us despite the snowy roads. We're so happy to have you here and host you and celebrate Nordic skiing. In just a little bit, for our start for the Dala 36K 3-lap race, we'll have the national anthem followed by a gun, and you start at the gun. Do not start at the end of the national anthem. You start on the gun. Spectators, please take great care not to block the course, as Vasa racers are still in progress. Welcome, Dala skiers. Welcome, Dala skiers. Head on into the middle start chute area. You're going to start heading south on a 12K lap. You're going to do 3 laps. As you start, you'll be joining the flow of traffic of the Vasa, which is already in progress. Most of these skiers are now into their 3rd lap or approaching their 3rd lap on the Vasa.
Check. Whoa, it works. It's excellent.
You have about 6.5 minutes out, 6.5 minutes out for the start of the Dala. Isabel Kier is here from Mora High School to sing the national anthem for us in just a few minutes. Thank you so much, Isabel, for gracing us with your beautiful voice. Again, skiers, after Isabel sings the national anthem, wait for the gun and then you start. Please self-seed in the start area with faster skiers towards the front and slower skiers towards the back. There'll be 2 soup stops for you. There's a soup stop right here at the Nordic Center, which you probably won't utilize your first time just around this corner. because you'll just be starting your race. But then 5K into your lap, there'll be another soup stop on the north end of the lap. And that's probably the first stop that you'll utilize. At the soup stops, there'll be water, Gatorade, and blueberry soup, in addition to energy gels and medical assistance should you need that. If you have to drop out of your race for any reason, please be sure to let someone know and let them know your bib number so that we're not worried about where you are and if you're okay and looking for you on the course. Boy, that starting chute is really filling up. People showed up. People showed up for this race today, and we're so happy to have you. If you are joining us from the pre-Berkey, thank you for coming to check out Mora, Minnesota. The pre-Berkey today, unfortunately, had to be canceled due to low snow. And again, this race would also be canceled even despite this snow this week if we didn't have the base of man-made snow that had already been laid down by our snow farmers. Okay, skiers, head on down into that starting chute. We got about 5 minutes to go. Dala skiers, find your spot in the starting chute. The starting chute is full and looks great. Give me a big hiya, hiya, hiya. Good job, skiers. Woohoo! In the meantime, we have Vasa skiers. Our leader pack has now started maybe 10 minutes ago or so their last lap. And so they will likely finish maybe minutes after the Dala has started. Four minutes to start, heading south. Counterclockwise lap, 3 laps, 12K each. You're going to hear the national anthem, and then you'll hear the gun. Wait for the gun to start. Award ceremony for the Dala is in the elementary commons at 2 p.m. Got about 3 minutes to start. Skiers, find your position in the middle starting chute. And in just a few seconds here, we'll have Isabel Kier with the national anthem. Our American flag is just south of the starting area.
Go ahead, Isabel.
Yes, sir.
By the dawn's early light, what's up, at the twilight lights gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watch, were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red flare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Happy trails to you.
Hiya, hiya, hiya! Way to go, skiers! Happy trails! Happy trails!
You keep smiling until then. Who cares about the clouds when we're together? We'll take the snow and skip the sunny weather. Happy trails to you till we meet again. Some trails are classic trails, some we skate on too. It's the speed you ski the trail that counts. Here's a happy trail for you. Happy trails to you until we meet again. Happy trails to you. Keep smiling until then. Who cares about the clouds when we're together? We'll take the snow and skip the sunny weather. Happy trails to you till we meet again.
Thank you to Isabel Kier for the beautiful national anthem and Don Olson for the beautiful rendition of Happy Trails. We always love to hear that voice, Don. Don is one of our local engineers, snow farmers, and skier aficionado, as well as singer. Has a great singing voice. All right, so the Dala is off and has now joined the flow of skiers going around the course. Spectators, I want to emphasize, take great care not to be on the active ski course, as there is a lot of activity coming through. If you need to cross, look both ways and make sure that you're not in someone's way who's skiing their race. Good job, skier. Someone just now starting their Dala. Way to go, skier. An update here from our long race, our Vasa. We have 4 skiers that have now passed the northern stoop stop at 41 kilometers. At that time, which was frankly a few minutes ago when they were singing the national anthem about, the order was Matt Leach, Wilson Moore, Sam Holt, David Joda, Isaac Weber, Shane Steele, with the first 2 positions, 1 and 2, being very close together and the other positions being more spread out. Probably within 5 to 10 minutes, we'll have finishers coming through at the finish line here. And you can see hanging here at the finish line, we have our wreaths for our running man and woman skier for the Vasa. So the 36K Dala has now joined the flow of skiers on the course. And boy, is it fun to see them all through the pine trees there and rounding the corner, skiing together. And we have another Dala skier here that's going to join the race and get across that starting line. Thanks so much, number 75, 65, 75. Way to go, way to show up. Have a good ski. And then our last race of the day will be at about, we'll start here at 1 p.m. And that is a single lap race, Bellringer and team race. And again, the Dala awards are at 2 p.m. in the elementary common. Bellringer and team race awards are 3 p.m. in the elementary commons. Our Vasa finishers, our first male finishers, should be through here within the next 5 to 10 minutes. It is slow skiing conditions today. There's no question about it. That light, fluffy snow is catching on ski tips and just frankly not real fast, no matter what. Way to go, Dala skier. Have a good race. Way to go, Dala. Lots of bells ringing, lots of positive energy, a lot of spectators coming on over from that elementary school parking lot. Thank you so much today, spectators and skiers, for your flexibility and understanding that this is an entirely new arrangement for us as a Vasaloppet USA organization. This is the first time in the history of the race since 1973 that the start and finish has been at the Nordic Center. And again, this was all because of low snow this year. It takes a lot of snow to build the start and finish on Main Street. To really make a thick base on Main Street is really snow consuming. And so this year the choice had to be made and improvised within weeks of the race to have the start and finish be here. And so far, cheers to the Vasaloppet board and all the volunteers, but things are going smoothly and well, and they've improvised beautifully. And so thank you for that. Spectators who are coming over, there are restrooms in the Nordic Center. There are also some porta potties just here by the announcer's booth. Don't forget, spectators, that you can also purchase a lunch for $10 in the elementary commons. And skiers, don't forget your skier's lunch with the ticket in your registration bag. You can also change those if you have a drop bag at elementary commons. Again, awards for the Vasa Freestyle 48K will be at 12:30 in the elementary commons. Awards for the Dala 36K will be at 2 p.m. in the elementary commons. And then the Bellringer and team race starting at 1:30 p.m. Awards will be at 3 p.m. And we're expecting the leading men to come across the finish line here probably in the next 5 minutes or so. And right now, so far, 12 skiers have passed that northern loop who are doing the Vasa. So the first 12 skier men have passed that northern loop, with 2 out front at the time that they passed the soup stop. Don't forget, as you're skiing today, to try that blueberry soup. It is a taste treat, and it is from Sweden, from Ekströms in Sweden. It comes as a powder, and it is best served warm. And it's a good source, basically, of sucrose, sugar, to help your body function during long periods of exertion. And boy, it looks so pretty when it gets frozen on your bib and streaking down your bib. Today's winner of the long race can choose between a cash prize or a trip to Sweden to ski the Vasaloppet in Sweden. So overall finishing man and woman in the Vasa. And the Dala, second place, $500 cash prize. Third place, $250 cash prize. Places 1 through 3 in age groups will receive the beautiful coveted Dala horses from Sweden, hand-painted, hand-carved. Kranskoulas are ready at the finish line with wreaths in the next few minutes here, more than likely, for our finishing men, top finishing men. We'll have open ski to the public from 4 to 5:30 today after all the racing is done, and at 5:30 the course will be closed again so that the groomers can get the course ready for our classic races tomorrow. We have our full classic race, which is 42K, I believe it is, and then our half classic race tomorrow, and those so the full classic is 45K, the half classic is 42K. Those numbers seem a little off to me, maybe not. Starts at 10 a.m. tomorrow, and 1 p.m. is awards. Tomorrow, also at 1:30 p.m. here is the Mini Loppet, which is a kids race for 6th grade and under. You can choose a half K, 1K, and 4K option for your lap, and you'll meet the Kranskoulas at the finish line for milk and cookies, I think, usually is what we do, as well as probably a finisher's medal. And you do need to register for that. Registration can be found online for that. Finishers today will all get a finisher's hat. We've had feedback in the past years that finishers' medals are not as useful to skiers as clothing that can be used for skiing, so we have now switched to a finisher's hat. Please make sure you see a Kranskoula for your finisher's hat once you've crossed that finish line. Spectators who are coming in, please take great care not to go on the ski course, and if you do have to cross the ski course, look both ways. Make sure that you're not going in front of someone who's doing their race. Once you do get over here, you're welcome to be around the Nordic Center. You can even warm up in the Nordic Center or use the restrooms in the Nordic Center if needed. Lots of Vasa racers now into their third lap, or finishing their third lap into their fourth lap, actually. For tomorrow's classic races, there'll be 2 full sets of classic tracks on the entire course, likely more in the start area, maybe even up to 4 sets in the start area. So I'm here with one of our groomers, Lucas Olin, and he tells me it takes about 2 hours to make a lap with the groomer, and it needs at least 2 passes from the whole course. Ideally, that's with 2 groomers running, 1 person driving each groomer. And they sort of go in a staggered fashion, one after the other, so they can get the whole course done. Again, we're waiting for our top finishing men for the Vasa. It should be coming through fairly soon. Lots of skiers have now passed the 41-kilometer mark at that northern soup stop for the Vasa. We're 22 deep, with Matt Allen, actually from Moore, Minnesota, being in position 22. He's one of our local skiers and physicians who we greatly appreciate in the ski community here locally. And our Kranskulas are out. They're ringing the bells, cheering those skiers on. Spectators, please take great care not to be on the ski course itself. And if you're crossing, make sure you're not crossing in front of someone who's doing their race. Way to go, skier. It's a slow one, but you got this. You got this, skier. For those of you just arriving to watch the Dala, you'll see our Kranskulas, which is Swedish for Wreath Girl, in the area. They're ringing bells. They are dressed in skirts, red jackets, and a hat, and it's to symbolize the traditional folk costume out of Dalarna, which is a region of Sweden. Different regions of Sweden have different folk costumes that identify where you're from. And it's to commemorate our relationship with Mora, Sweden, and our relationship with Vasaloppet, Sweden. In Sweden, they do have a Kranskula and a Kransmas. Actually, they have a Wreath boy and a Wreath girl, and both of them are young, unmarried, and participating in the ski community. Here, our criteria to be a Kranskula is a little different. Frankly, we don't care about being married or not. But we do expect that you're volunteering in the community and supporting the ski community. All right, I think we've got somebody. Oh. And here we have our first place male finisher for the Vasa long race, 48 kilometers. Repeat winner, Matt Leach. Oh. From Long Lake, Minnesota, winning the Vasa. We'll have a few more finishers here. So that's first place overall, getting his wreath from the Kranskoulas. And we do have a Vasaloppet Hall of Fame in the Vasaloppet headquarters building on Main Street. And I forget how many times you have to win the Vasaloppet to make it into the Vasaloppet Hall of Fame. I don't know if it's 5 or 3. Anyway, I'm fairly certain that Matt Leach is in our Vasaloppet Hall of Fame, and he is our repeat favorite winner for this race. The real question is, Matt, are you taking the money or are you going to Sweden? So it looks like he definitely put some distance between him and the second place overall male from that soup stop on. They were together and then he spaced it out. I also like that little hopping move he did there as he was coming into the finish line, jumping on his skis. Here we have our second place overall male finisher. Second place overall male finisher. So this will be Wilson Moore from Bozeman, Montana, finishing second overall for the 48K Vasa. Excellent finish. Thank you so much, Wilson, for joining us. And I'm going to mark off Montana on my United States map to keep track of where we get skiers from. Lots of skiers for the Vasa now going into their third or fourth lap. I think that's Janelle Kunkel over there. Good job, Janelle. Way to go. Woohoo! So second place finishing male gets $500 cash prize, $500 cash prize for that race. And again, don't forget skiers for the Vasa that your award ceremony is in the Mora Elementary Commons at 12:30 p.m. today, 12:30 p.m. And we're still awaiting our leading Dala skiers to come around. I haven't seen that they've passed. Good job, Ted Anderson. Way to go, doing the long race. Good job. And here we have third place finisher for the Vasa. Way to go, skier, looking strong. Good job. And that is Sam Holt from Minneapolis, Minnesota, with a time of 2 hours, 20 minutes, 23 seconds, $250 cash prize. Way to go, finisher. Spectators, please take care not to be on the course as skiers are passing. Make sure you look before you cross the ski course. Our next ski race start will be at 1:30 p.m. 1:30 p.m. Bellringer and team race will start 1:30 p.m. We anticipate the winners for the Dala probably coming in between 1 and 1:30 p.m. Probably just prior. Here we have two more finishers coming down the line for the Vasa for 4th and 5th place overall. 4th and 5th place overall. David Joda. Shane Steele. And Isaac Weber. All finishing the long race Vasa top 5. Or top 6, I guess, at this point. Sam Holt was in there, top 6. Good job, men skiers. Still watching for that finishing female skier. Finishing top Vasa female skier. Kendall Hill also came through finishing. Kendall Hill finishing now. Way to go, Kendall, from Duluth, Minnesota, finishing the long race. Strong work, skier. Henry Fisher from University of St. Thomas, finishing the long race in position number 8. Position number 8 overall. Way to go, Henry. Long race Vasa. Good job, skiers. Good job, skiers. A lot of Vasa skiers now going into their 4th lap, finishing their 3rd lap. Way to go. So we have the top 8. Top 8 Vasa finishers have come through the finish line so far. And it looks like we have another long race finisher, Vasa finisher, coming down the line here. Benjamin Martin, UW-Madison Nordic Ski Club. Good job, Benjamin. Way to go. 9th place overall. Chris Kites, Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing his long race 10th place overall. It's nice top 10 finish, Chris. Strong work. Dennis Curran, Plymouth, Minnesota, finishing his Vasa, coming down the line, 11th place overall. Great work, Dennis. I like your icicles on your chin there. Although it didn't look blue, like blueberry soup, it looked more yellowish, like maybe Gatorade. Thank you so much, spectators, for being here out and supporting your skiers today and enjoying the ski community. Keep ringing those bells and cheering on those skiers. We are so proud of what we do here in Mora, Minnesota, and we're all driven by volunteers. We have one employed staff member who works in the Vasaloppet headquarters a few days a week. Everything else is volunteer effort and hours put in. Thank you so much to everyone that's helped to make this event possible. We have another Vasa finisher coming on down the line. And this, I believe, is Jacob Ellingson from Golden Valley, Minnesota, finishing his Vasa, 12th overall, 2 hours and 26 minutes and 36 seconds. Still watching for that first Dala skier to come through, finishing their first lap of 3. Another Vasa finisher, 13th overall, coming in hot. Checking behind to make sure there's no one else to race to the finish with. Emmett Donahue, St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing the long race Vasa. Nice job, Emmett. 13th overall finish, 2 hours, 27 minutes. Excellent work. A few more finishers here. William Ruquel, St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing the long race in 14th place. And Benjamin Bauer, UMD Nordic Ski Club, go UMD. Finishing his Vasa as well, 15th place. See those Kranskulas at the finish line. They'll have your finishing hat for you. Don't forget about the awards ceremony at 12:30 p.m. in the elementary commons. And a lot of you who are finishing now will likely be getting a Dala horse in your age class. So don't forget to take that treasured Dala horse home. We order the Dala horses all the way from a factory where they make them in Sweden. They rough cut them and then hand hew them to get them smooth and rounded and then hand paint them. Dala horses used to be a child's toy, essentially, but now are more representative of Swedish heritage and are beautiful to look at in addition to having that award. I've actually toured the factory where they make them just outside of Mora, Sweden. Here we come, 16th overall finisher now coming down the line for the Vasa long race. Philip Cram, UW-Madison, go Badgers, finishing that Vasa race. Two more skiers coming down the finishing chute for the long Vasa, Andrew Brown and Danielle Dila. Andrew is from Golden Valley. Danielle is from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Thanks for skiing with us today, skiers. Now we're getting more skiers finishing, more skiers coming down the line. Chelsea Youngberg, first place female finisher, number 70. Chelsea, way to go, from Duluth, Minnesota, Chelsea Youngberg. First place finisher, get that wreath for her. And Zachary Nelson, Shakopee, Minnesota, finishing his long race in 19th place overall. Liam Urbaniskewicz from UMD Nordic Ski Team, finishing the long race, Vasa. Go Bulldogs! Way to go, Liam. Nice skiing today. Thanks for being here. Ring those bells. All right. We've had very good turnout today, despite the weather conditions. So for the Vasa, we had approximately 253 registered skiers. For our Dala, we had approximately 279 registered skiers. And the bulk of those skiers are all still going on the course together. So probably about 500 skiers making their laps together total on our ski course. In the Bellringer and team race later today, we have about 200 skiers registered. Tomorrow for our full classic, 123, half classic, 122. And then our mini Loppet so far, 56 kids. So tomorrow, because there are fewer skiers for the classic races, they can start together. And that's partly why. We had to separate our starts today to relieve congestion on the course. So total number of skiers participating this weekend is a very exciting 1,035 skiers, not counting some people who maybe did same-day registration. So we're excited. That is a great number in a year when we had to come up with a modified ski course. We are so happy to have you all here participating with us and celebrating Nordic skiing today and being outdoors and healthy living in general. You are here because you couldn't do the pre-Berkey this weekend. Thank you so much for joining us, and we're happy to have you. So we have had our first place woman come through. Her time was 2 hours, 29 minutes, 30 seconds. We're still waiting for the second and third place overall woman for the Vasa long race. And now finishing, we have Matt Allen, Morrow local, athlete extraordinaire and local physician. Way to go, Matt. Strong race. Finishing in 2 hours, 32 minutes, 21st place overall. Strong race, Dr. Allen. Way to go. Always admire your athletic ability. We have a few more finishers approaching our finish line for the long race Vasa. McEwen Rodfield from Apple Valley, Minnesota, finishing long race Vasa. And Ben Larson from Menominee finishing that long race Vasa. Great job, skiers. It was cold and snowy and a little bit slow. Make sure you see the Kranskulas for your skier's hat. And we have one of our winning lady for the Vasa is showing off the wreath a little bit there that she got from the Kranskulas. Way to go, winning lady. Now finishing, we have Nick Flynn, Duluth, Minnesota, and second and third place female finishers. So we have Renee Anderson, Minneapolis, Minnesota, second place overall. Way to go, Renee. So great, so great. And then Sarah Witter right behind in third place overall, now finishing from Menominee, Minnesota. Third place overall for the ladies in the long race. Love the ski suit. Great job, Sarah. And finishing, we have Thomas Kendrick, Bloomington, Minnesota, finishing the long race, and Henry Brandt, UMD, Go Bulldogs, Nordic Ski Club. 35K leaders are coming through. You see the pack. There they are. 35K leaders. Well, not 35. 36K leaders are going around the horn. They're done with their first lap. Henry Brandt finishing from UMD Nordic. Way to go, Henry. So we have our top three ladies now in and having finished the race. Way to go, lady skiers. Don't forget, overall awards ceremony for the Vasa 48K race is in the Elementary Commons at 12:30. Which is in 25 minutes. We might need to delay the award ceremony just a little bit because it's been a slow race. Now finishing, we have AJ Hennick, Deep Haven, Minnesota. He takes a bow. Oh, good way to go, AJ. Connor Holm, U of M Twin Cities. Now finishing his long race. And Chad Ricklefs from Boulder, Colorado. Hey, Boulder, I'll mark off another one on the United States map. Now finishing the long race Vasa. For Dala skiers, it looks like we've easily had maybe 10 skiers now start their second lap. And we have a Vasa finisher. Let's cheer them on down the line. They're doing that last push sprint. Way to go, Vasa finisher. This is Aaron Bartnick from Osseo, Minnesota. Aaron, nice work. It was a cold, windy, slow race, but you did it. Make sure you get your finisher's hat. Spectators, if you are crossing the course today, please be sure to take care not to step in front of a skier who's racing. Check the course before you cross. More Vasa finishers coming through. Vasa finishers coming through. 4 laps down, 12K each. 48 kilometers. We have Andrew Shackle from Lake Elmo, Minnesota, and fourth place overall finishing female. Mia Case from Minocqua, Wisconsin. I need to mark Wisconsin off on my map here. Another top 10 female finisher. So we have top 5 overall finishing female. Laura Catania from Rochester, Minnesota, finishing her long race. Also wearing a U of M hat there, maybe past graduate. Way to go, Laura. And coming down the line, Matt Peterson from Minnetonka, also finishing his long race Vasa. Way to go, Laura. Way to go, Matt. Great ski out there, looking a little frosty. Got the beard sickle going. And Ben Anderson from the University of Minnesota Twin Cities Ski Club finishing his Vasa. Strong work, Ben. Way to go. Ethan Collis just behind. Same ski club, University of Minnesota Twin Cities Ski Club, finishing the Vasa as well. Nice job, Ben and Ethan. Thanks for joining us today from the U of M. Dala 36K skiers, our leaders for that race, are now into their second lap. And Ryan Steger here is finishing his long race Vasa from St. Paul, Minnesota. Strong work, Ryan. You look good. Finishing strong. Place 35 overall. Please see the Kranskoulas to get that skier's hat. And finishing, we have one of our leading ladies here, Kristen Nomahan from Houghton, Michigan. Nice, Houghton, Michigan. Woohoo! I'll mark off another state on my map. And Jay Woodbeck from St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing now as well his long race Vasa. Let's welcome Jay down the finish line. Great job, Kirsten. 6th overall for the ladies, I believe. Nice job, Jay. Looking good. You got that glide across the finish line. Make sure you see the Kranskoulas. And out on this course, we have approximately 400 skiers right now on this 12K lap. It has a very festive feel, seeing all the skiers flowing around the course together. Lots of positive energy coming from that crowd, ringing those bells and cheering for their skier. It's a very exciting time. Don't forget, award ceremony is scheduled to start for the Vasa at 12:30 p.m. I'm not sure if that will stay at that time or get delayed a little bit since it's a slow course today. But best head over at 12:30. Get your Dala horse to take home and put on your shelf. Another Vasa finisher coming down the line. We're ringing the bell for him to come on through the chute here. Abram Peterson Webster from St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing his long race. Make sure you see the Kranskoulas for your finisher's hat. Also finishing the long races, Ethan Anderson from Alexandria, Minnesota, and Joe Couturier from Hastings, Minnesota, finishing. Way to go, skiers. Thanks for joining us today. Finishing strong. Look good. Cole Long from the University of Madison Nordic Ski Team, Go Badgers, now finishing his long race. Garrett Ping from Winona finishing the long race. Thomas Renz from Chicago City, Minnesota, finishing the long race. 3 finishers. Way to go, Garrett, Thomas, and Cole. Strong work. Lots of Vasa skiers now starting their last lap, leading Dala skiers on their second lap, probably about halfway through their race at this time. And finishing, Fletcher Arlen from Wisconsin. Wakana, Wisconsin, now finishing the long race. Fletcher, nice job. We're so happy to have you with us today. Good job skiing. Make sure you see the Kranskoulas for your finisher's hat. Andrew Kershaw from Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing his long race, coming down the chute. Get that finisher's hat, and nice job skiing today. I'm here talking with our 2025 Kranskoula, Julie Mulford, and we are discussing, it's been a slow race today. The award ceremony for the Vasa is slated for 12:30 p.m. Probably less than a quarter of the skiers on the course for this race have now finished. We're still going to stick with that 12:30 p.m. awards ceremony and go from there. So if you are done with your Vasa, head over to the elementary commons for your awards ceremony, especially for overall finishers. There may need to be adjustments made, but plan on that time. And now we have our finisher coming through, Clayton Keem from St. Louis Park, Minnesota, finishing that long race. Strong work, Clayton. And lots of skiers rounding their lap, taking their next lap. We will have open skiing here tonight to the public from 4 to 5:30 after racing is done for the day. And then at 5:30, our courses will close again to lay down our classic tracks for our full and half classic tomorrow. Our classic, long classic is 45 kilometers, 4 laps. Part of our skate track will not be included in the classic track, which is why it is a touch shorter. And then our half classic is 21K, 2 laps. That will start at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Rumors tonight will set in 2 full sets of tracks around the entire course. Here we have number 2563 now finishing, Austin Back from UMD Nordic Ski. Way to go, Bulldogs! Nice finish. I like the bright orange hat. Make sure you get your finisher's hat. Nice job skiing. Awards today for the Vasa will start at 12:30 p.m. in the elementary commons. Lots of Vasa and Dala skiers now going into their next lap in their race. For skate, we have a 12-kilometer lap out there with 2 stoop stops. And the base of that lap is predominantly man-made snow, except for on Morrill Lake. We started making snow here just after Thanksgiving in November when temperatures got to 20 degrees Fahrenheit or colder. Wow, we got quite a pack. 4 to the finish, 4 to the finish. They're really going to make me work. Ben Gustafson from Ontario, I believe that is. James Miller from Duluth. Joey Keeler from Rochester. Jack Callanan from University of Minnesota ski team, all finishing their Vasa. Ontario, Kenora, Ontario. Ben Gustafson. I'll mark that down on my map. Those 4 really pushed each other to the finish. And Gunther from Long Lake, Minnesota, now finishing her Vasa race. Nice finish, Jan. Way to go. And another female finisher, Hannah Torvey from Duluth, Minnesota, finishing her race. PJ Anderson from Golden Valley now entering the finishing chute. Jan Gunther would have been 7th overall for the women. Hannah Torvey, 8th overall for the women. Great race on Jan's part and Hannah's part, but Jan's part in particular, based on her age class. Emma Spoon from Grand Marais now finishing. PJ Anderson from Golden Valley finishing. All finishing their long races. Joseph Barnes, St. Paul, Minnesota. Brent Krasiak, White Bear Township, Minnesota. Will Hagdorn from UW-Madison Nordic Ski. Go Badgers. All the finishers now coming through the finish line. Here comes Logan Newman from Cold Spring, Minnesota, finishing long race Vasa. Nice job, Logan. Thanks for joining us here today in Mora, Minnesota, and skiing in the snowfall. Eric Jensen from Rochester, Minnesota. Jonah Lidberg from Anoka, Minnesota. Kaya Hilgendorf Roost from St. Paul, Minnesota, and Diane Hankey from Lake Elmo, Minnesota. James Holmes from Solon Springs, Iowa. Is there much snow in Iowa right now? I don't know. I'm curious. Way to go, skiers. Lots of skiers finishing the line. I'm going to mark Iowa off on my finish. Skiers, make sure you see a Kranskula for your finisher's race hat. This is a change from our more previously used finisher's medal. This was requested and given and feedback given by previous skiers, so we switched to a race hat. Also, don't forget the award ceremony. If you're an age group finisher for your Dala horse is at 12:30 p.m. in the elementary commons. You have about 8 minutes or so to get there. Now approaching the finish line, we have James Baker, UW Wisconsin Nordic Ski Team. Go Badgers. Thanks for being here with us today, James. Michael Garlinghouse from Minneapolis, Minnesota, and Nathan Hodenshell from Arden Hills finishing their race together, both having done the Vasa. Excellent work today, skiers. Make sure you see a Kranskula for your finisher's hat. Lots of skiers going into their laps here, either starting their second or third or fourth lap for the Dala or the Vasa. Skiers, you're looking strong. Nice job. Way to go. Take that positive energy, listen to those bells ring. I think that's Dave Kroll skiing there. Way to go, Dave. You're looking good. I don't believe we have seen our Dala leaders come through yet on that second lap. Probably should be here soon, though. Now approaching the finish line for the long race Vasa, Michael Pivtek from Minneapolis, Minnesota, out for the long ski. Way to go, Michael. Nice race to the finish there. Thomas Wavrin from Eagan, Minnesota, finishing his long race. Nice job, Thomas. It looks like you worked hard and you should be proud of that. Make sure you see a Kranskula for your finisher's hat. There is a little difference in times that have been published in different places. To be very clear, tomorrow's classic racing all starts at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. classic racing. So we have our long classic and our half classic, 4 laps and 2 laps, 10 a.m. start, 1 p.m. awards. Part of the skate loop will be excluded from the classic loop. That is why the lap is a little bit shorter. The total distance is a little bit shorter. Groomers tell me that there will be 2 full sets of tracks throughout the entire course for tomorrow's races. Probably more in the start area. Maybe up to 4 can fit in the start area in terms of sets of tracks. Now approaching the finish line, we have a female finisher, Caroline Belling Hess from Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing her long race. And we also have Matthew Pillafont from Ishpeming, Michigan. Nice job, Matthew. I already have Michigan marked off on my map from a previous skier. I think this is Carolyn here. Nice job, Carolyn, right down to that finish line. Strong day out. Strong day out. Way to go. Good effort. We're so happy you could join us. Two more finishers, Andrew Weber and Julia Reich. St. Cloud and Minneapolis, Minnesota. They're kind of racing it, duking it out to the finish line here. Good job, skiers. Patrick Jopp coming in from Elk River, Minnesota, finishing his long race. Strong finish, Patrick. And then Kitty Earl Torinanen from St. Paul, finishing her long race. Nice job, Kitty. Looking good. Here comes our long race finisher, Brent Arens from St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing his long race. Nice job, Brent. Thanks for joining us up here today in Moore, Minnesota. Make sure you get your finisher's hat. Awards ceremony is in the Elementary Commons. Ian Boylan from St. Paul, Minnesota, now coming down the finish line. Way to go, Ian. Looks like he has a U of M ski suit on, perhaps. And Adam Gastonnier from Savage, Minnesota, finishing his long race. Adam, looking good. Way to go. Two more finishers approaching the finish line for their long race. We have Jim Williams from Minneapolis, Minnesota, and Nicholas Ongaro from Hibbing, Minnesota. Strong work, guys. Way to finish that race and be out here today. Thanks for skiing with us. Way to be a skier. Now approaching the finish line for the long race, we have Matt Delaney from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Also, Nathan Strudel from Blaine, Minnesota, both finishing their long race. And it is best served warm. It's pretty tasty. And for a long race, it actually really gets the job done with getting you a little bit of sugar to keep your muscles going. We also have energy drink and water and energy gels available in addition to emergency services, medical services if you need those. Is this a finisher coming here? Are you a finisher? Nico Kubota from Minneapolis, Minnesota, now approaching the finish line. Number 84, finishing his long race, followed by Abigail Delaney from Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing her long race. Great job, skiers. Thank you so much for being here with us today. Way to be a skier. Make sure you get that skier's hat from your Kranskoulas. Your award ceremony is at 1:30 p.m. today. We moved it to 1:30 p.m. in the elementary commons. What a great day of racing we have here. Our next race start time is 1:30 p.m., a little less than an hour. That's our one lap race. That would be our Bellringer and team race. Now coming into the finish area, we have Leah Coleman from Carleton College, Craig Estenson from Eagan, Minnesota, and Jason Delbrooks from St. Paul, Minnesota, all finishing their long races, their Vasa races. Strong work, skiers. We're so happy to have you with us today. Way to be a skier. And Ashley Von Buxcombe from St. Paul, Minnesota is approaching the finish line, finishing her long race. Way to go, Ashley. Make sure you see the Kranskoulas, get that skier's hat. Award ceremony is at 1:30 p.m. We have moved the Vasa award ceremony to 1:30 p.m. The start of our next race here is 1:30 p.m. as well. That is our Bellringer 1-lap race and team race. The team race is the fastest cumulative time for all of the members of the team. Still have not seen the Dala lead group on their second lap, awaiting the arrival of the Dala lead pack on their second lap of 3. Lauren Jacote from Stillwater, Minnesota, approaching the finish line to finish his long race. Listen to the bells, follow them home. Way to go, Lauren. Nice job skiing today. Thanks for being here with us. Excellent work. Make sure you get your skier's hat. Award ceremony is at 1:30 p.m. for the Vasa. We have moved the award ceremony. Now finishing, Bo Larson, Minneapolis, Minnesota, and Mark Burns, Minnetonka, Minnesota. Bo Larson coming into the finish line, Mark Burns following after, finishing their long race Vasa races. Excellent work, gentlemen. Way to hang in there and get the job done. Make sure you get your skier's hat. The award ceremony has been changed to 1:30 p.m. for the Vasa. We've got some sunshine here, people. This is kind of exciting. The snow is done. The sun is coming out a little bit. It's turning out to be a nice day. Here we have Peter DeRuyter from U of M Twin Cities Ski Club finishing his long race. Way to go, Gophers. Nice job. Way to go, Peter, finishing that long race. Make sure you get your hat, the finisher's hat. Followed by Lydia Anderson, also University of Minnesota Twin Cities Ski Club, finishing her long Vasa race. Way to go, Lydia! Make sure you see a Kranskula for your ski hat. Award ceremony has been moved to 1:30 for the Vasa. Lots of skiers making their laps, probably about 400 some skiers out on the course at this time total. We have over 1,000 skiers registered for all events this weekend, which is a very exciting number given our modified course conditions. Connor Morari from University of Minnesota Twin Cities Ski Club now approaching the finish line. Also has his gopher gear on. Connor, make sure you see the Kranskulas, get that finisher's hat. Way to go, Connor. Alexander Hulteen from Afton, Minnesota, approaching the finish line. Home of Jesse Diggins. Way to go, Alexander, finishing that long race, finishing the Vasa. Incoming, we have Miles Smith from UW-Madison Nordic Ski Club, followed by Jason Knapp from St. Paul, Minnesota. Here comes Miles, got the Badger gear on. Way to go, Miles. Thanks for joining us today. And Jason Knapp, St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing his long race. The sun is just coming out for you. I think we just had some Dala leaders come through at the 24K mark based on my tracker. It looks like there was a pack of 4 that just came through, including Paul Sagan, Pavo Rova, Craig Cardinal, and Nathan Porath are skiing as a pack just past the 24K mark, starting their third lap, and this is their finishing lap. So they have one lap to go, and they'll be at the finish line. Incoming, we have Hadley Jensen from the University of Minnesota Twin Cities Ski Club finishing her long race. Way to go, Hadley. And Christopher Coffey wearing that bright orange. Can't miss him. From Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing his long race as well. Way to go, Christopher. A few more leaders going through on the Dala. We have Paul Olson coming through at the 24K mark. I believe in the 5th or 6th overall position. Hard to say. And coming, John Lehrman from Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing his long race. Looking fast and strong, giving the push to the finish. Way to go, John. Nice work. Blades Fugina, Cottage Grove, Minnesota, now finishing his long race. Can we get a medic to the finish line? Medic to the finish line.
Here comes Douglas Price from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Not finishing though. Devin Aarons from St. Paul is finishing the 48K Vasaloppet today. And I missed Ted Anderson. He finished also. Well done, Ted, right here from good old Mora. We have David from St. Michael and Arnold Huber from Osseo. Otsego. Ethan Jossie from the University of Minnesota Twin Cities Ski Club, and Jonathan Schupp from Park Rapids. Kyle Hall from Eden Prairie. Way to go, Kyle. Don't forget to get your hats now.
Thank you so much to our sponsors who have helped us with this race. As you can see, there are a lot of sponsor signs on the blue fencing. Feel free to take those in. Here comes Kyle approaching the finish line. Kyle Hall from Eden Prairie, Minnesota. Nice work, Kyle. You had a frosty beard there, friend. Make sure you get your finisher's hat. Official Vasa Awards ceremony will be at 1:30 p.m. 1:30 p.m. It was delayed because of the slow race conditions today. Now approaching the finish line, we have Elena Jones from University of Minnesota Twin Cities Ski Club finishing her long race. Let's ring those bells for Elena. Way to go, Elena. She's got some glitter and stickers on her cheeks there. Make sure you get your finisher's hat. Incoming finisher, Tom Burning from Albertville, Minnesota. Tom is finishing his race, looking strong. Way to go, Tom. Thanks for skiing with us today. Way to be a skier. And another finisher incoming, we have Tom Burning from Albertville, Minnesota. Thank you so much to all the sponsors of our Vasaloppet ski races. We have Wellia Health, Onan Family Foundation, Northland Automation and Engineering, Salomon, City of Mora, Swix, and Douglas Kerr Underground are among the many sponsors that help support this organization and help this race run. Also, thank you to all of the volunteers who help this race run, including the Vasaloppet board members, but also the many snow farmers, of which there's a primary core group of 12, and equipment and time donated to help build the course for today's race. Amanda Stenberg just went on her lap for her race. She's one of our local skiers in Kranskoulas, and she's wearing her modified short Kranskoula skirt as she skis the long race today. She's got one more lap to go, folks. If you're looking for Lost and Found, you can check in at the elementary school commons to see if anything has been turned in. Otherwise, you can contact Vasaloppet headquarters for up to 6 months after today's race, and we'll hold items and try to connect them to you after the race. Be sure to check your race packets for information about early bird registration specials for next year, Vasaloppet 2026. It will be the cheapest rate of the entire year if you register right away for next year's race. Online registration will go live Sunday at 1 p.m. And if you're looking for some Vasaloppet USA merchandise, because we don't have access to the traditional headquarters on Main Street, we have moved the merchandise to the more elementary commons, and you can peruse and purchase merchandise there at will. Here we have some incoming finishers: Mark Edwards from St. Paul, Minnesota, and Sam Hendrickson from Duluth, Minnesota, finishing their long races. Up my computer. Make sure you check in about what to do. Caden Helverson pushing the finish line from Moore, Minnesota, one of our own. All right, Caden, way to go. Finish that race. You got this. And Taylor Forsyth from Eden Prairie, Minnesota, also approaching the finish line for the long race Vasa. And Kira Wolf, UMD Nordic Ski Club, now coming around the turn there to finish her race. Go Bulldogs, finishing the long race. Way to go, Kira. Nice race. Way to go. And approaching the finish line, Barry Gustafson from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Way to go, Barry. Make sure you see the Kranskulas for your finisher's hat. The official award ceremony for the Vasa has been switched to 1:30 p.m. due to our slow race course conditions today. And our Dala leaders are now on their last lap. Probably not to the northern water station quite yet, but the Dala leaders have started their last lap. Probably finishing by 1:30 p.m. or so. Bellringer 12-kilometer 1-lap race and our team race start at 1:30 here, so in about 40 minutes. Bellringer and team race 1 lap 12 kilometers starts at 1:30 here in the middle, in between the blue fences behind the green start line or start flags, and a word ceremony to follow afterwards. Presently, the Dala award ceremony is at 2 p.m. Please stay tuned if there will be any adjustments to that, but plan on 2 p.m. unless we say otherwise. Same for the Bellringer award ceremony is at 3 p.m. Please plan on that unless we tell you otherwise. And rounding the bend, we have a long race here who is in it and win it. This is Mark Gilson from Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing his long race. Mark, make sure you see the Kranskulas. They'll give you your finisher's hat. Thanks for skiing with us today. Way to go, skier. As I was saying, this organization is run on volunteer power. We have 1 paid employee. Everything else is volunteer. That includes the board and the snow farmers and the people working the soup stops today. In the community, we also have the Mora Ski Club, which is volunteer run and really supports family-friendly skiing education and promoting time outdoors and generally being healthy and getting exercise. They have programming that's educational for kids and adults. Additionally, they do host some weekend races and casual skis. So they played a part in fat tire racing this winter. Also, we hosted skijoring racing this winter and had a winter triathlon that the ski club helped with. We do also have a lantern lit ski that is casual and for fun. That is the ski club's event. Incoming, we have Scott Bjorn Cummings from Chanhassen, Minnesota, finishing his race. Way to go, plaid hat. And rounding the bend, Tyler Lindquist from Woodbury, Minnesota, now finishing his long race. Tyler, listen to the bells. You got this. Good job, friend. Way to be a skier. In about 2015, we purchased our first snow gun, and the second one followed a few years later. And it's really been a learning process for the core group of people that do the snowmaking and spreading. But essentially what happens now is typically we start making snow after Thanksgiving, and then they start to build a loop, and then they add to the loop as they are able with any excess snow that they have. And today, or this year, they built it to a 5 or 6K loop and then really had a final big push at the end where they got it to a 12K loop. So for a few months, we were skiing with a core 5 to 6K loop. and then they really did that big push to get our longer lap to keep the race more interesting and keep the skiers more spread out. This used to be a point-to-point race when it was first created in 1973. In the spirit of the Swedish Vasaloppet, you would start way north of town and ski all the way into town. I have done that race a few times, maybe 5 or 6, and it was a beautiful course. It did require higher snow volumes. And incoming, we have Zethan Schultz, one of our homegrown locals from Mora, Minnesota, now finishing his long race. Way to go, Zethan! And Finbar McCarthy from Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing his long race. And Peter Marshall from Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing his long race. Nice work, gentlemen skiers. Make sure you get your hats from the Kranskulas. The official award ceremony for the Vasa has been moved to 1:30 p.m. 1:30 p.m. Nice job, Pete. Pete Marshall from Minneapolis, Minnesota, now finishing his race. Scott Linsford from St. Paul, Minnesota, coming in to finish his long race, 48K Vasa, and Mike Keys from Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing the 48K Vasa. We got some frosty beards here. Way to go, guys. Make sure you get your winners or your skiers' hat from our Kranskulas. Official award ceremony for you has been moved to 1:30 p.m. 1:30 p.m. I was just chatting with the Vasaloppet board member, John Larson, and he was sharing with me the wide range of volunteering activities that have to happen to make this race happen, including but not limited to registration, publicity, trail work even in the summer, snowmaking and spreading, donation collection, fundraising, easily 2,000 volunteer hours or more in a year to make this race happen. Here we go, Brian Niskanen, one of our local favorites from Mora, Minnesota, finishing the race with a smile and a frosty beard. And David Potasek from Lakeville, Minnesota, finishing that long race. Nice job, gentlemen. Make sure you get your finisher's hat, and the award ceremony is officially moved for the Vasa to 1:30 p.m. due to slow race conditions. We do have our Dala leaders out there on the course, and probably anticipated to finish around 1:30 p.m., if not a little sooner, perhaps. They're on their second lap and have been, or last lap and have been for a while now. Kelby Youngberg approaching the finish line from Northland College. Way to go, Kelby. Thanks for skiing with us today. Make sure you get that finisher's hat to wear when you ski next time, finishing the 48K Vasa. There is also volunteer time that's put into the Nordic Center here. So the Nordic Center is open to public skiing and free for use during ski season from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. during ski season. And it does require a lot of maintenance and work, including mowing the grass, cleaning the bathrooms, etc., keeping the doors open when they're supposed to be, and general maintenance. And so all of that labor of love goes into putting this event on today. And it really is an amazing thing to be a part of. I'm so proud and honored to be a member of this community. I've lived here since 2006, and I fell in love with Nordic skiing from the get-go when I first moved here. All right, we have just about half an hour till the start of our Bellringer one-lap race and our team race. Again, one lap, 12K. That will start at 1:30. Our Dala is in progress. We expect the winners for the Dala probably within the next 20 minutes or so, for the men anyway. And the Vasa is in progress with many people finishing their races and looking great. We have Andrew Selinga from South St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing his long race with a frosty beard. He is ready to get that finisher's cap. So far today, I've had the pleasure of interviewing two people, Peter Larson, our head Mustang, and Phoebe Myron Kroll, the president of our Mora Ski Club. Later today, I anticipate I'll be able to interview Chip Jardine. He is a Vasaloppet board member and presently the president of the Vasaloppet board, which I believe is a 2-year position. And then at some point, I might be able to chat with Julie Mulford. She's our 2025 Kranskula this year, though she is fairly busy between giving wreaths at the finish line to our winners and then going to award ceremonies. So I understand if Julie does not have time to come in and chat today. If you are new to Mora in the community, thank you so much for joining us. Please understand this is a whole new race setup for us. This is the first time ever in the history of the race since 1973 that we have had the finish line at the Nordic Center in this location. We have had to modify things and come up with new ways to do things and rethink the race in a matter of weeks. And we appreciate your flexibility and understanding and going with the fluidness of that as we are doing this today. Typically, our race does, at least it used to just finish on Main Street, but in the last few years, it has started and finished on Main Street. And we are, of course, sad that we can't accomplish that this year. It is a really charming feel to start and finish on Main Street. Additionally, spectators get to partake in the local businesses and restaurants that are right there on Main Street. So unfortunately, that isn't happening this year, but don't hesitate to head downtown if you are looking for a good sit-down meal. And Vasaloppet headquarters are on Main Street as well, and you won't be able to visit those as easily this year, of course. We have Jesse Pearson from Shoreview, Minnesota, finishing his long race. Way to go, Jesse. Make sure you get your finisher's hat. All right, nice work, friend. Official award ceremony for the Vasa long race has been moved to 1:30 p.m. due to slow race conditions. Incoming, we have Andrew Dial from Glencoe, Minnesota, and Jessica Kennedy from Fort Collins, Colorado, both finishing their long races. And Colorado, we got you on the map already. Somebody took the Colorado position already, but I'll give you a second check. Here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 states and Ontario represented at racing today. I would estimate about 300 people left on the ski course with the Dala and Vasa combined. Most Vasa skiers are on their last lap of their race, and Dala skiers are probably in roughly the middle of their race for the most part. Here we have Dr. Ryan Kruschel with a big smile on his face, and he is headed to Sweden to ski the Swedish Vasaloppet for real this year with a few other community members. And I suspect he did this long race today in preparation for that, of course. Lots of training put into that. Mike Silverling from Hayward, Wisconsin, Kurt Frank from River Falls, Wisconsin, and Mark Amundsen from University St. Thomas, all coming in now to finish their race. Great job, Kurt and Michael. And here comes Mark. Make sure you get your finisher's hat, skiers, to commemorate today's race. The official Vasa award ceremony is at 1:30 p.m. Nice finish, Mark. Nice finish. I love the enthusiasm of this crowd. So many people have bells and they're ringing and cheering. It's so beautiful to see the skiers flowing on our lap course through the woods. I'm watching them go, and some snow is falling off the trees. It really has turned out to be a great race today. In addition to being entirely volunteer, almost entirely volunteer run, we function primarily on donations. Here comes John Faust. John Faust now entering the finishing area, approaching that finish line. Let's cheer and ring the bells for him as he approaches the finish line. Great race, finishing strong. Make sure you get that finisher's hat. Another skier coming in at the finish line, Beth Hassler from Excelsior, Minnesota, finishing her long race. Way to go, Beth. She's a little frosty, but happy she did it. Way to go. Also now finishing, we have David Byrne from St. Paul, Minnesota, and Adam Kunzel from Minneapolis, Minnesota. David, nice race. Way to go. Adam, great job. Make sure you get that finisher's hat. Thanks for being here today. Our Bellringer and team race starts in about just over 20 minutes, 23 minutes till the start of our Bellringer. Again, you'll start in the middle between the blue fencing behind the green start area. Please self-seed based on ability. You'll start headed south and enter the flow of traffic on the lap. Approaching the finish line from Northland College, we have Owen Fisher finishing his long race. Nice job, Owen. Looking good. And we'd like to give a nod to Superior Timing from Marquette, Michigan. They are here doing our timing today, and we've worked with them for a few years now, and they're always accommodating and provide high-quality timing services. They do a fair amount of timing, including track and field events, as well as running events, in addition to Nordic skiing. The idea of coming back here for a few other athletic events, don't hesitate to take a look at our Mora Classic Series and our Motion Series. The Classic Series are longer distances and the Motion Series are shorter distances. If you do all 4 events in a year's time, starting with any event, you get a medal for doing the Classic or Motion Series. You could, in fact, make today the day that you start your series. If you are finishing your series on one of today's races, please see one of the Motion Series or Classic Series personnel committee members in the Mora Elementary Commons for your award, which will likely be given out during the award ceremony for your race event today. The events in the series include today's ski races and or tomorrow's, as well as the Snake River Canoe Race, which is always the first weekend in May and 16 miles long. And boy, is it good fun. When the water's high, you go fast, you get a little bit wet sometimes, hopefully you don't tip. And then following that, we have the half marathon and 5K running race, always the third Saturday in August. And the 50 and 25 mile bike tours, always the third Saturday in September. So that is what makes up the Motion and Classic Series. Please take a look. And as you move up in years completed, you get different medals. Once you get over 7 years, you get a gold medal. We have David Jedyank from Maple Grove, Minnesota, approaching the finish line now. Let's cheer for David. He's finishing the race. NDSU, he's got NDSU stuff on. Must be his alma mater. And here we have another collegiate skier. This is Danny Schlickane from UMD Nordic Ski Team in Duluth, finishing her race in her Bulldog wear. Great job, Danny. Thanks for joining us today. Way to finish strong. Also finishing his race, we have Braden Crisco from St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing the long race. Nice work, Braden. Way to go. Get that finisher's hat. Award ceremony for the Vasa has been officially moved to 1:30 p.m. 1:30 p.m. due to our slow course conditions today. And we anticipate the leaders for the Dala to be finishing probably in the next 10 minutes or 15 minutes. We'll see. Matthew Astad, approaching the finish line from UMD Nordic Ski Club. Thanks for skiing with us today. Oh, and here we have another outstanding skier. Phoebe Myron Kroll, president of the Mora Ski Club, is going to finish this race with the goal of then doing the Bellringer race. And she finished in time! Woohoo! That's so great. She's going to do back-to-back races. I love it. And then Peter Langer from St. Paul coming on in to finish that long race. Vasa, way to go, Peter. Thanks for skiing with us today. And William Stoffergren from Lake Elmo, Minnesota, also finishing his race. Takes some grit to finish this long race in today's conditions. Everybody should be very proud of their race. I do see some people approaching the starting area for the short race. You're going to start behind the green flags going south. Feel free to self-seed behind the green flags. You're going to start behind the green flags going south to join the flow of traffic. All right, Ray Johnston, Lake Elmo, Minnesota, is putting the hammer down on the long race and getting it done. Way to go, Ray. All right, so our Dala finishers have been seen in the distance, probably about 1K out. 1K out for Dala Freestyle male finishers in the lead pack. We anticipate them here probably within 5 minutes' time. Krent School is at the finish line. Get your wreaths ready. Stacy Stoffergren from Lake Elmo is finishing her long race. She's got nice smooth glide, looking good. It's been a long race. Had to work hard for it. We're so happy you came. Make sure you get that skier's hat. Again, leaders for the Dala will be coming in within a matter of minutes. Leader men for the Dala will be finishing in a matter of minutes here. All right, the Dala finishers are entering the finish area. So we have Michael Sweet finishing his Vasa, and then the sprinters are finishing their Dala. We have a pair of two, Nathan Porath and Craig Cardinal, both from Northfield, Minnesota, sprinting to the finish. And Nathan Porath takes the first place position, followed by Craig Cardinal taking second place overall position. And Robin Shostrom from Stillwater finishing her long Vasa. Oleg Kolsyevna from Minnesota City Ski Club is finishing his long race Vasa, and Pavo Rova, third place overall Dala finisher. Pavo Rova coming in. He's number four. Third place overall for the Dala. Chip Jardine approaching the finish line. Chip Jardine is one of our very own ski coach and local gentleman. Fourth place overall for the Dala. Paul Segan, fourth place overall for the Dala. Oh, I'm miscounting. No, I'm right. Fourth place overall for the Dala. Chip is finishing his long race. Chip is president of our Vasaloppet board and also goes routinely every year to ski in Sweden for the Vasaloppet. He has a ton of friends in Sweden. If you want to go to Sweden, talk to Chip. Christopher Hall finishing his long race, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Great work. We have our top 4 men in for the Dala. Top 4 men have now finished for the Dala. We're awaiting our female Dala finisher. Leaders.
Woohoo! All right. Lose me, Mark. Lose me. There we go.
It's beautiful out there.
It is beautiful out there.
We are getting close to the
you're
start
gonna-
for
you're gonna
our
take me or
Bellringer
not, but-
team race, 12K 1 lap race. That again starts in 13 minutes. Please self-seed in the blue start area behind the green flags. Self-seed based on ability and goals for your race today. And you're going to be heading south. When our race starts, you will head south and join the general flow of traffic that's already on the course. You have 1 lap today, 1 lap. 2 stoop stops on that lap. Technically, you'll probably only use 1, but 1 lap. And for your start today, we will sing the national anthem and then have a start with a gun. And this time I promise that the gun will not misfire. Last race, I think Jack had to just say go and the gun wasn't working at the last moment. Here we have another Mora, Minnesota homegrown favorite, Paul Olson, coming on into the finish line in style and moving fast. I believe that Paul is 5th over place for the men for the Dala. Several other finishers now for the Dala coming in hot, a whole group of them. Wow. Okay. Tate Myers, St. Olaf, Daniel Gladkoff, St. Olaf, Carl Holblub, New Brighton, James Keys, UW-Madison, and Ian Wright, Rochester, Minnesota, all coming in to finish their Dala races. Moving all pretty fast, right down the finish chute in a pack. All right, we're closing in on the start for the Bellringer and team race 12K 1-lap race. And that again starts at 1:30. 1:30, so make sure you get yourself in the starting area, self-seated and facing south. And we have some other finishers here. We have a Dala finisher, Nathan Orff from Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing his Dala race. Great job, Nathan. I think you're in the top 10 for male finishers for sure. And then Heather Kosek from St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing her Vasa race, now approaching the finish line. Strong work, Heather. Enjoy that finisher's hat. It's well deserved. Official award ceremony for the Vasa has been delayed and moved to 1:30 p.m. because of the slower race conditions today. Know that, skiers, if you want to see some leaders here with their wreaths on out on the race course. All right, skiers, if you're doing the Bellringer or the team race, get in position, get in the start area and self-seed based on ability. Faster skiers towards the front, more casual skiers towards the back, please. And we'll sing the national anthem, and then you will start with the gun. We have about 8.5 minutes to start. 8.5 minutes to start. I think Coach Larson is going to be in this race. That'll be fun to watch him ski. Nick Meal, Inger Grove Heights, finishing his long Vasa race, and Artie Huber, Otsego, Minnesota, finishing the Dala race. Both of them coming down the finish line now. Nice job, Nick. Way to go. He's got a frosty beard. And another frosty beard, Artie, coming on into the finish line. Get that finisher's hat, okay, guys? Great race. Bellringer and team skiers, just a few minutes to go here. You got about 8 minutes before race time.
Left side should be somewhat open.
All right, where's my singer?
Looking for the singer who's going to do our national anthem. Come on. No national anthem? Lots of skiers still getting in position for that start. Self-seed, faster towards the front, more casual towards the back. Jeremy Johnson, Waterloo, Iowa, second Iowa finisher that I've seen so far today, finishing his long race in style with great form. And Louis Sirota from Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing his Dala race. And Tazia Brunetti from Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing her race. Long race Vasa, way to go. Strong finish. And 3 finishers approaching the finish line. Brad Hilkeen from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Andrew Berndt from Sartell, Minnesota. Charles Burkhard from UMD Nordic Ski Club. And Lance Hastings from St. Olaf College, both all finishing their Vasas and Dalas. Make sure you get your finisher's hat. Head on over to the elementary commons for your skier's lunch and award ceremony. Isabel Kier is going to be our national anthem singer again. She's going to test out that microphone here. All right, so we will have the national anthem followed by a gun, and you do not start until you have the gun. Okay, everybody? All right, we've got some other finishers here who I'm missing. Elizabeth Myers, Adam Mahar and Ryan Levdunsky, all finishing their Vasas and Dalas, and Lance Hastings. I don't know if I did get him. Elizabeth Maris from St. Paul, Minnesota, Adam Mahar from St. Paul, Minnesota, and Ryan Levdunsky from U of M Ski Club. Katie Peck from Duluth, Minnesota, finishing her race. Corey Ellerston from Dayton, Minnesota, finishing his race. Emily Camgruder from St. Olaf College, finishing her race. Lily Hubanks from St. Olaf College, finishing her race. Sam Nelson from Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing his race. Lots of finishers just coming in now for the Dalas and the Vasas. Okay, we're at under 5 minutes for the start of the Bellringer and team race. This is a 1-lap race. There are technically 2 soup stops, but you frankly probably won't use the first one because it's right around the corner. The next soup stop is 5 kilometers into your lap. We're going to sing the national anthem and then you start after the gun. Joseph Elton Dahl from St. Paul, Minnesota, and Ron Oman from Afton, Minnesota, finishing their Dalas. Nice job, skiers. And we do have an American flag here just south of the start area for our national anthem. Madeline Lawn from University of St. Thomas finishing her long race. Allie Mauser from Fergus Falls also finishing now.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? And of the free, of the brave.
We have a few finishers who have finished their longer races. Sean Heaton from Champlin, Minnesota, and Lily Ward College now finishing their races. Ben Koenig from Sartell, Minnesota, finishing his Vasa race. Go, Ben, you got this. Craig Stolen from St. Paul, Minnesota, rounding the corner on that finish line for the Dala. Go, Craig! have come out in the meantime. Micah Mauser, Fergus Falls, finishing his Dala. Stephanie go skiers. One time around that lap, Bellringer. We'll see you soon. Stay back. I realized that I missed the naming the first three ladies for the Dala. So Emily Magruder from St. Olaf College is our first place lady winner for the Dala, and Lily Hughbanks, also from St. Olaf, is our second place overall lady winner for the Dala. And then Lily Ward, St. Olaf College again, is our third place overall winner for the Dala. Nice job, lady skiers.
Some trails are classic trails, some skate away, you ski the trail that counts. Here's a happy trail for you. Happy trails to you until we meet again. Happy trails to you. Keep smiling until then. Who cares about the clouds when we're together? We'll take the snow and skip the sunny weather. Happy trails to you till we meet again.
Thanks, Don. Gotta love that song. Hey, we have some finishers here. Lots of people to name. Christopher Jopp finishing his Dala. Hakan Erdal, St. Olaf College, finishing the Dala. Jeffrey Peftender from Chanhassen finishing the Vasa. Ellen Cantano from Rochester finishing the Dala. Top 5 for the ladies. Catherine Pintar, Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. 6th position for the ladies overall. Michael Malfoss from St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. Andrew Larson, Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. Mary Beth Tuttle, I believe previous winner here at this race, finishing her Dala from Pine Springs, Minnesota. Chris Bennett Ganger from Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing her Dala race. Sam Thompson, Sartell, Minnesota. Gavin O'Connell, Sartell, Minnesota, finishing the Dala together. And Alex Stewart, Roseville, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. Great job, skiers. Everybody's finishing so strong with a big smile on their face. The sun is out. People are happy, ringing those bells and cheering. Alex Stewart, Roseville, Minnesota, now approaching the finish line. Alex Stewart. Great job here. And incoming, we have Ryan Soleil. I don't know if the E is silent or not. Ryan Soleil. And Woodbury, Minnesota. Dala, looking strong. Get that finisher's hat. Buffalo, Minnesota. Finished his as well. Finished the Dala. Nice work, Ryan. All total today, we have about 600 skiers present today between all three races, with 200 some in the Vasa and the Dala, and then 100 some in the Bellringer and team race here. And tomorrow we'll have about 400 skiers on the course for our classic races. Lake Dolan. Coming into the finish line, Lake Dolan from Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing the long one. Doing the Vasa. Way to go, Lake. And Joe Anderson already came into the finish line here, or Buffalo, Minnesota, finishing. Nathan Taylor, University of Minnesota, Twin City Ski Club finishing the Dala. Brent Kudak, St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. Mark Ehlers will be rounding, or just finished, Roseville, Minnesota. Mark Ehlers and Matthew Voss. Matthew Voss now coming into the finish line, finishing the long one, the Vasa, from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Way to go, Matt! Finishing that race, getting it done. And also now rounding the bend for the finish line, we have Andrew Webster from Duluth, Minnesota, finishing his Vasa. It's a great day to ski. Andrew Webster now finishing his Vasa race with a smile on that face. Way to go, Andrew. Get that finisher's hat. Joe Meningo from Pine City, Minnesota, finishing the Vasa. Strong race, Joe. Looking good. Thanks for skiing with us today. Also, Ann Stratka, University of Wisconsin-Madison Nordic Ski, finishing the Dala. Ben Mullen, Lindstrom, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. Owen Lawson, St. Olaf College, finishing the Dala. Nicholas Stofus, St. Olaf College, finishing the Dala. Mira Tomton, St. Olaf College, finishing the Dala. Dennis Kitcon, Hayward, Wisconsin, finishing the Dala. I would say that St. Olaf's College is well represented here today. Here we have Jennifer Barnes, St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing her Vasa. She should be proud. It's a long race, and she did it. Get that finisher's hat. Way to go, Jennifer. Matthew Terzinka from Osseo, Minnesota, now finishing his Dala race, followed by Dan McGrath from St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing the Dala race. They're finishing side by side. Who's going to take the lead? Oh, my. Way to go, guys. Nice race today. Get that finisher's hat. Tristan Van Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing his race. Strong work, Tristan, followed by Carrollton from St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing her dollar race. Let's welcome Lisa to the finish line. Give her big cheers and ring the bell. All right, Lisa. Carolyn Loescher from Carrollton College, finishing her dollar race. I think the snow is a little bit faster now that the sun is out and it's been skied over a little bit. Carolyn had a great smile on her face. Hans Harlane, St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing that Dala. Abby Scheller from Dayton, Minnesota, finishing her Dala. Great job, skiers. Get those finishers' hats. Head on over to the elementary common. Finisher, get changed, dried, warmed up. You can buy some Vasaloppet merchandise over there as well. Award ceremony tentatively for the Vasa is at 1:30. It was delayed due to slow race conditions. And we've got a pack here. Maggie Marks, South Haven, Minnesota. Jake McCusker, Hayward, Minnesota. Alan Hansen, Excelsior, Minnesota. And Bryson Kaiser, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Jonathan Williams, Minneapolis, Minnesota, all finishing their dollar races. Great job, skiers. I think this. Jonathan Williams approaching the finish line, finishing his dollar race. Strong skiing, way to go. Smile on his face. He's got to check that watch and get that finisher's hat. Tentatively, the Vasa Freestyle Race award ceremony. The Vasa 48K awards have been moved to 1:30 p.m. due to the initial slower conditions this morning. Dala race 36K tentatively award ceremony, I assume, would stay close to on schedule at 2 p.m. And Bellringer and team race 3 p.m. awards for them. Finishing now, we have Grace Wormkishkirken from Plymouth, Minnesota, Ava Rothy from St. Olaf College, Todd White from Roseville, Minnesota, and Adam Kerr, Mora, Minnesota, our local endurance athlete who just finished the Arrowhead 135 on foot. Grace Chandler, St. Olaf College, finishing her Dala. Elijah Daniels, Eau Claire, Wisconsin, coming on in to finish the Dala. And Mike Luke, two first names for a name, Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing the Vasa. Nice work, Mike. Strong finish, doing the long one. Noah Rudy now approaching the finish line to finish that Dala. Let's cheer Noah on in. Mike Luke, nice job. Noah Rudy, strong finish. Here. Anna Meyer from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Jacob Jome from Maple Grove, Minnesota. Landon Borderson from St. Bonifacius, Minnesota. All finishing their Dala races in the sun. Landon, nice job. Strong finish. Probably about 200 or 300 skiers left on the course right now. Now finishing, we have Trevor Dobbs finishing the long race Vasa ski race, and Glenn Schultes from Bend, Oregon. Oh, another state I get to mark off on my United States map. I'm so excited. And Sam Yeager from Middleton, Wisconsin, all finishing their races. Sean Foley, Duluth, Minnesota. Anders Holmes, Solon, Iowa. Patrick Green, St. Paul, Minnesota. And Justine Wolf, St. Paul, Minnesota. All finishing their dollar races in style. Patrick Green just now finishing, and Justine Wolf finishing her race. Great day out skiing. Hey, who do we have here? Paige Larson finishing that race. Paige grew up here in Mora, but now coaches skiing down in the Southwest metro area and teaches science. All right, approaching the finish line, we have Alex West finishing his Dala from Minneapolis. David Midthun from Oronco, Minnesota, finishing the Vasa, all in for the long one. Carol Markham Cousins from Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing her long race Vasa. Holland Kaiser Parker from Carleton College, finishing the Dala. Claire Vandentop from Madison, Wisconsin, finishing the Dala. Ryan Aylesworth, Bemidji, Minnesota, finishing that Dala. Benjamin Fuller, Maple Grove, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. And Angie Robinson, Grand Marais, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. Ainsley Casper, University of Minnesota Ski Club, finishing the Dala. Katie Davis, rounding the bend from Carleton College, finishing the Dala. Great job, Katie. And David Daney coming into the finish line, finishing the Vasa. David hails from Afton, Minnesota. Let's cheer all of our skiers in. Katie Davis, Carleton College, crossing the finish line. Here comes David from Afton. Going to finish that Vasa race. Way to go, David. Eleanor Bennett following up behind from the University of Wisconsin-Madison Nordic Ski Club, finishing the Dala race. $25.08. Approaching that finish line to finish that Vasa. Hey, swing by the timers booth here to let them know your name. We need your name. Good job, skier. We don't have your name in the system. Valerie Rittler, Minneapolis, finishing the Dala. Diego Guevara from the University of Minnesota Twin Cities Ski Club, finishing the Dala. Jens Bartel, Carleton College, finishing the Dala. Catherine Splain from St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. David Christofferson, St. Anthony, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. Great job, skiers. Way to have a great day out. Thank you for being here with us today. We are so proud to host this event. Just a reminder, we have classic racing here tomorrow starting at 10 a.m. We have our long classic race and our half classic race starting at 10 a.m. Now coming across the finish line, we have Eli O'Connell from Sartell, Minnesota. And rounding the bend, we have Savannah Krull from University of Minnesota Twin Cities Ski Club finishing her Dala. Here comes Savannah. She's giving that push to the finish, wearing the U of M gear, looking good in the sunshine. Luke Olmstead now rounding the bend, also from Madison, Wisconsin, possibly wearing Badger gear. Hard to say. He's a little far away at this point. Also finishing his Dala. Here comes Luke. Let's welcome him across the finish line. Thanks for coming over to ski. Tomorrow, regarding the classic ski races, we have a 45K 4-lap race and a half classic 21K 2-lap race. The distances are slightly different because we aren't using the entire skate course, at least for some of the laps. There will be 2 sets of tracks on the whole course and probably more sets in the start area here. Those races start at 10 a.m. together. Lots of finishers coming in here to the finish line. Scott McCarty, Edina, Minnesota. David Helm, Annandale, Minnesota. Anna West, Minneapolis, Minnesota. And Luke Lisdahl from Minneapolis, Minnesota. All finishing their Dalas and Vasas in style, going across that finish line, having a great day out, skiing. If you're not from the area and you're staying here tonight, there are some things you can do in town tonight. At 7 p.m., we have our live Vasaloppet Radio Hour show at the Paradise Theater. And this is a live radio show that has skits, sound effects, advertisements, and live music. You can also live stream it on the internet. Incoming, we have Mason Schultz, Mora, Minnesota, finishing that Dala. Nice job, Mason. That was a super strong finish. We also have Mike Berkopek from Rosemount and Rilke Grimlund from Carleton College, both finishing their Dalas. So Vasaloppet Radio Hour is tonight at 7 o'clock. It's a super fun thing to take in live, or you can live stream it through the internet. Just check our website. There'll be local talent and live music featured, also some pretty funny skits. There may be some Skrantskulas there, and possibly some hijinks and funny jokes. David Carlson approaching that finish line from Bemidji, Minnesota, finishing his Dala race. And I think he's wearing Gustavus gear. All right, we got Gustavus representation from David. Way to go. If you see our ladies at the finish line wearing the red coats, the white hats, and the black skirts, these are our Kranskulas. That is Swedish for Wreath Girl. And we do this in commemoration of the Kranskulas and Kransmas, actually for the Vasaloppet in Sweden. They have a Wreath Girl and boy, both in Sweden. All right, now finishing, we have Cody Gustafson, Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. Amanda Stenberg from Mora, Minnesota. Yay! Finishing her Vasa. She is a Kranskula wearing her skirt. Peter Huckfeld from Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. And Mary Isabel Camelmeen coming in from Osseo, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. Way to go, Kranskula, Frau Stenberg. She also teaches German. Anthony Ludwig from University of Minnesota Ski Club finishing the long race, the Vasa. He was all in today. Way to go, Anthony. Isaiah Voges, also University of Minnesota Ski Club, finishing the Dala. And Grady Kerr, one of our local youth skiers from Mora, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. Final time for Grady is 2 hours and 26 minutes. Excellent job, Grady. That kid is in 6th grade. Brant Dalton, St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing the long one and giving us a wave. Thumbs up. Woo! Way to go, Brant. He skied over the finish line with one ski, people, and he didn't fall. That's the better part. Meet Kramers from the University of Minnesota Ski Club finishing the Dala. Way to go, Meet. Sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. Nice finish. Edward Catu from Plymouth, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. And Jacob Bohm from West St. Paul, finishing the Dala. Jacob has some collegiate wear on as Bulldogs wear, it looks like. And Adrian Gonzalez, Carleton College. Blake Slutty from St. Paul, Minnesota, coming in to finish the Dala. Also, I think wearing some collegiate gear. Melissa Berman, Eden Prairie, Minnesota. Eldeguno Brenneman from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Austin Miller, Sartell, Minnesota, all finishing their Dala races. Austin Miller, Sartell, Minnesota, crossing the finish line now. Good job, Austin. And approaching the finish line, we have Luke Rickbill. Luke is from St. Sartell, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. And Macy Kerr from Minnesota. Emma Ranke from University of Minnesota Twin Cities Ski Club, finishing the Dala. David Payton, Washington, D.C. Oh, I got to mark that down on my map. David finishes his Dala. And finish line, Minnesota. Tyler Clinton, UW-Madison, Dala finisher. Eva Ranke, Northfield, Dala finisher. Kevin Brockman, Minneapolis, Minnesota, Dala finisher. Lathan Allen, 7th grader on our local ski team, finishing the Dala race. Outstanding. Way to go, Latham. Eric Nordland, Roseville, Minnesota, finishing the Dala race. And rounding the bend, we have Callie Robertson, UW Eau Claire, finishing the Dala. Being followed up by Soren Miner from Carleton College, finishing his Dala. Way to go, Soren. Nice race. And incoming, we have Eric Riker Coleman, Duluth, Minnesota, finishing his Dala race. Followed up by Alexandra Califfy from St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing her Dala race. Great job, Alexandra. All right, so our Bellringer racers have been on the course now for half an hour. Probably would be seeing the leaders for them in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Now entering the finish area, we have Meg McClary, Carleton College, finishing her Dala race. Meg McClary, folks, finishing that Dala. And from St. Olaf College, approaching the finish line, we have Helly Personius finishing her Dala race. Followed by Tim Mess from Eau Claire, Wisconsin, finishing the Dala. Again, just a reminder, if you had to drop out of any of the races today, make sure you let our timing staff and volunteers know so that we're not searching endlessly for you on the course all night long and making sure that you are safe. Now approaching the finish line, Lynn Bebel from Osseo, Minnesota, finishing her Dala race. Nice job, Lynn. She's got some Gear West stuff on today. Diego Bachman from UW Eau Claire, finishing his Dala race. Way to go, Diego. And Minneapolis, Minnesota. And two more skiers coming in to finish their Dala. Henrietta Litcha from Madison, Wisconsin, finishing the Dala. And Michael Lebarger from St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. Way to go, skiers. Make sure you get that finisher's hat. As far as I know, the Dala award ceremony would have been at 2 o'clock, and the Bellringer and team award ceremony would be at 3 o'clock. It was just that first race of the day, the Vasa, that we had to delay. And I think we have our first Bellringers coming in. Finnegan Rodefeld, Minneapolis, Minnesota, number 16. James Swinghammer, number 01. James Swinghammer taking first place, Finnegan taking second place. Anya Scanlon, Avon, Minnesota, finishing her Dala in the midst of that sprint to the finish. Now approaching the finish line, we have Miranda Lindemann, University of Minnesota Ski Club, finishing the Dala. Reese Miller, third place overall, finishing that Bellringer from Ham Lake, Minnesota. Aiden Tingum from Esco, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. Mallory Williams, Eau Claire, UW Eau Claire, finishing the Dala. Laura Johnson, UW Eau Claire, finishing the Dala. Hunter Miller, I think this is one of the Mustangs teams. Mustang Nordic Ski Team 1, finishing the Dala, or Bellringer. Claire Brings, St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. John Dennis, St. Cloud, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. Kelly Knaus, Marine on St. Croix, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. And Lily Wilcox, Clearwater, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. Miles Menk, Forest Lake, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. So we have our top three skiers in for the Bellringer. Top three four skiers are in for the Bellringer. But one of them is a team skier. Lily Wilcox, Clearwater, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. Erica Schwenke, Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing the Dala, now approaching the finish line. Carlton Johnson, St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing the Dala, now approaching the finish line. Ted Crescend, again on one of the teams, Mustangs won. 5th overall, but on a team for racing purposes, finishing the Bellringer. Carson Gilbertson, Duluth, Minnesota, finishing that Bellringer 6th overall. Ian Graschenbacher McGlamory from St. Paul, Minnesota, is now approaching the finish line. Michael Schwinghammer on a team, I believe, in the Bellringer, approaching the finish line. And Coach Larson did a race to the finish with Michael Schwinghammer, I believe. Team The Unusual Suspects for the Bellringer. Liam Lang. Let's cheer on those 36K skiers that are going out on their last lap. Lap there for the 36K behind us from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Clara Felt, Carleton College, finishing their Dalas. Kent York, St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. And Leo Milsoff, University of Minnesota, St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. And a few more people going on their third lap behind us for the Dala. And finishing, Doug McDonald, Independence, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. Jack Huschhagen, Forest Lake, Minnesota, finishing the Dala, I believe 9th or 10th overall for the Bellringer. Margot Lewis, Cambridge, Massachusetts. Oh, a new state. Finishing the Dala. I get to mark her down. Yep, Jack Huschhagen, 9th overall. And Doug McDonald finishing. Margot Lewis finishing her Dala from Cambridge, Massachusetts. Jeremy Kunkel from Moore, Minnesota, finishing his Dala. And Grant Leach finishing the Bellringer. 10th place overall for Grant. 10th place overall for Grant. Mason Hawk and Josh Kruger are going around on their next laps to finish their Vasas and Dalas. Let's cheer for them. Cheer them on too. Oh, sorry. Mason Hawk and Josh Kruger are approaching the finish line here, not going around. Nice finish, Mason, finishing the Vasa. Josh Kruger finishing the Dala. Matthew McKeever, Team The Chain Smokers, finishing the Bellringer. Elsie Pudwill, University of Wisconsin-Madison Nordic Ski, finishing the Dala. Paul Kunkel, Moore, Minnesota, finishing the Bellringer. Thomas Linsford, Champlin, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. Aliza Kresha, Little Falls, finishing the Dala. Sylvia Meza from Lac du Flambeau, Wisconsin, finishing the Dala. Ben Schmieg from Woodbury, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. David Ottenson from Minnetonka, finishing the Dala. Nikolay Rybkov from Fredericton, NB, finishing the Bellringer. Gabriel Bergen, Dayton, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. Dakota Harris, Mora, Minnesota, one of our local ski kids, finishing that Bellringer. Elena Miller, Sartell, finishing the Dala. John Daniels, Minneapolis, finishing the Dala. Lisa Marquardt Kroll, Prior Lake, finishing the Dala. Chris Bowman, The Usual Suspects, team member number 3, finishing the Bellringer. Charlie Crushel, coming on down the line. Here comes one of our ski team kids, finishing the Bellringer. Henry Niskanen, finishing the Bellringer. Skiing together, looking good, guys. Spencer Hinseth, The Chain Smokers, finishing the Bellringer while chain smoking. Hopefully not. Leanna Teeter, Rhinelander, Wisconsin, finishing her Dala. And now finishing, Maeve Storbakken from Brainerd, Minnesota is finishing her Bellringer. Mark Senes from Foley, Minnesota is finishing his Dala race. And that previous skier, Fredericton, New Brunswick. Another one to put down on my map and out of Canada. Mark Senes from Foley, Minnesota. Alex Williams, Mora, Minnesota. And Catherine Pratt, now rounding the bend. Catherine Pratt. Now from Paul Perkovic, Madison, Wisconsin, finishing the Dala. Gillian Moser, Edina, Minnesota. coming in to finish the Bellringer. Great job, Gillian. Great form right to the end there. Dala Awards ceremony, I believe, would have started at 2 p.m. And Bellringer official and team awards will be at 3 p.m. 3 p.m. both in the elementary commons. Don't forget to have your skier's lunch with the ticket in your registration bag over in the elementary commons. Also, you can change, get warmed up, get dried off in that area. And we have some Vasaloppet merchandise for sale should you be so interested. Additionally, there is a lost and found if you're looking for something. Also, we can get you any lost items that we might find. Contact the Vasaloppet office as well. Incoming here, we have Elin Olson, local ski kid from Mora, Minnesota, finishing her Bellringer. Keith Egan from White Bear Township, finishing his Dala. And Wesley Kelly is now rounding the bend. Wesley hails from St. Louis Park, and he is finishing the Dala race. Luke Rustad from the Chainsawers is finishing the Bellringer team race. Hazel Hushhagen, Forest Lake, Minnesota, finishing that Bellringer. Dan Hushhagen, Forest Lake, Minnesota, finishing the Bellringer with her. Lily Hokason from UW-Madison Nordic Ski, finishing the Dala. James Conaway, Minneapolis, finishing the Bellringer. Eliza O'Cooper, Northfield, Minnesota, finishing the Bellringer. Heather Carlson, St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing the Bellringer. Brinkley Schmid, Sarah Zolik, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, approaching the finish line to finish her Dala. Well earned, Sarah. You got this. Well earned. Finishing that Dala. Jessica Wilson from Chaska, Minnesota, is approaching the finish line to finish the Vasa. Michael Wentick from Team Mustangs 1, finishing the Bellringer. And Joshua Henderson, also Mustangs 1, finishing the Bellringer. Samuel Sparks, Cora Gentry from Shoreview, finishing the Bellringer. Joshua Henderson, sorry if I already said him, finishing the Bellringer. Samuel Sparks, Mustang 1, finishing the Bellringer. Noah Berg, St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing the Bellringer. Elena Hagstrom, Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing the Vasa. Number 96. Here comes Elena, and she's finishing that Vasa. Great work, Elena. Well earned. Get that skier's hat. Now entering the finish area, we have Tate Herzog from Team Home Teached on the Bellringer team, and Emily Borderson from Maple Grove, Minnesota, finishing her Bellringer. Karina Unger, Moore, Minnesota, finishing the Bellringer. And Emily Hopke, UW Eau Claire, coming on in to finish the Dala. Way to go, Karina, finishing the Bellringer. And here comes Emily Hopke from UW Eau Claire. She is finishing the Dala race. And here comes Breck Allen from Moore, Minnesota, finishing his Bellringer 12K race, followed by his dad. Way to go, Breck! Sprint to the finish. And Brent Schultz, Team Chainsmokers, finishing the Bellringer. Don't forget, we have open skiing here today from 4 to 5:30. Then trails close again for re-grooming and setting of tracks at 5:30. Avery Orzecha from Alexandria, Minnesota, finishing her Bellringer. Number 80. Jacob Felger, Mora, Minnesota, coming on in to finish his Bellringer. Nice job, Jacob. Grant Pop, Springbrook, Wisconsin, finishing the Dala. Julie Ostrom, Brook Park, Minnesota, finishing the Bellringer. Joshua Grawl, UMD Nordic Ski, finishing the Dala. Sarah Kendrick, Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. Tim Patnod, Mora, Minnesota, finishing the Bellringer. Sarah Kendrick finishing the Dala. Brett Davis, Chaska, finishing the Vasa. Talia Tripp, La Crosse, Wisconsin, finishing the Vasa. Kira Stolen, St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. Aaron Winger, Mora, Minnesota, Bellringer. Thomas Peterson, St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing the Vasa. Lily Thatcher, Eau Claire, Wisconsin, finishing her Dala. Joshua Colbun, Hudson, Wisconsin, finishing the Dala. Katrina Kostel, St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing the Bellringer. Lance Carell, Shoreview, finishing the Bellringer. Mark Boostrom, Team Chainsmokers, and that man's a doctor, people, finishing the Bellringer. Lee Nordstrom, Edina, Minnesota, finishing the Vasa. Elizabeth Nordstrom, Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing the Vasa. Marion Stewart, Vadnais Heiss, finishing her Bellringer. Jeffrey Johnson, Honolulu, Hawaii. I almost did a double take. Finishing the Bellringer. The Unusual Suspects team. Travis Bathner, Chanhassen, Minnesota. Nora Struber, Team Home Teached. Mark Kalsterman, St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing the Bellringer. Shaylee Gunderson, Carlton, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. Eleanor Barta, Esco, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. Got some Dala finishers here. Let's cheer them in. Elsa Wingblur, Esco, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. Sarah Johnson, Rochester, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. Hawaii. I got to mark that down on my map. Hawaii. God. Let's cheer Sarah Johnson in, number 50, finishing the Dala, and Matt Moser, Fergus Falls, finishing the Vasa. Great job, skiers. Sarah Holmstrom, Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. Thomas Soderstrom, Eden Prairie, Minnesota, finishing the Bellringer. Jacob Johnson, Mora, Minnesota, finishing the Bellringer. Jess Lewis, Ham Lake, finishing the Bellringer. Rebecca Gilbertson, Duluth, finishing the Bellringer. Lynn Stegman, finishing the Bellringer. And Jonah Rue, Mora, Minnesota, finishing the Bellringer, as is Lynn. Lynn Stegman, both from Mora. Way to go, Lynn! Way to go, Jonah! Douglas Stone, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, approaching the finish line on his Dala. Here comes Douglas to finish his Dala, Wisconsin. Douglas Stone. Way to go, skier, followed by Elodie Urich from Arden Hills, Minnesota, finishing her Bellringer. Hear the bells ring! Woohoo! See the Kranskula ladies for your skier's hat. Again, awards for the Dala. That award ceremony in the elementary commons, I believe, started at 2 p.m. I was not told otherwise. And then the Bellringer and team race awards are at 3 p.m. again in the elementary commons. Approaching the finish line, we have a Vasa finisher, Irene Wilcox, Clearwater, Minnesota. She is all in for the long race, and she is going to do it. Well-earned, hard work. Way to be a skier. Good job, Irene. Also approaching the finish line, we have a Dala finisher, Nathan Gressklaus from Minneapolis. And that's got to be Minnesota. I'm confused. Anyway, Nathan Gressklaus finishing his Dala. Lauren Lupnow, University of Minnesota Ski Club, finishing the Dala. Jonah Unger, Mora, Minnesota, finishing the Bellringer. Gavin Koch, Savage, Minnesota, finishing the Bellringer. Jordan Moa, Madison, Wisconsin, finishing the Dala. Let's cheer on Jordan. He's going around on that third lap behind us. Jordan Moa from Madison, Wisconsin. Entering the finish area, John Nelson, Alexandria, Minnesota. Dylan Rivard from Mora, Minnesota. More of Mora. Bellringer, finishing the Bellringer. Elvia Arvinsson from Alexandria, finishing the Bellringer. Sigrid Roner from Madison, finishing the Bellringer. Paul Head, Andover, finishing his Dala. Brendan Londergan from Minneapolis, finishing the Bellringer. John Linden, Finlayson, Minnesota, finishing the Bellringer. Eric Dean, Hector, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. Eleanor Carta, Mora, Minnesota, finishing the Bellringer. Aaron Gunderson, Mora, Minnesota, finishing the Bellringer. Way to go, skiers. Way to go, team. It's a good day to be out, and we're all cheering for each other. Way to be a skier. Still approaching the finish line. Rounding the corner, we have Judy Bennixson from Stanchfield, Minnesota. She is finishing her Bellringer. And also now coming around the corner, Joel Paulson from Osseo, Minnesota, finishing his Dala. Here we go! Here comes Joel. Here comes Hadley. She is finishing her bell ringer, and she is looking great. And her mom, Abby Kerr, is with her. They're skiing together. Great job. Bridget Price from Madison, Wisconsin. Dave Dahl, Osseo, Minnesota, is finishing the Dala. And he You can buy up at USA Gear or clothing if you wish. Jessica Scholdholm from Bloomington, Minnesota is approaching the finish line, and she will be finishing her bell ringer. Adrian Bansal from St. Louis Park, Minnesota, also finishing the bell ringer. Dietrich Stenberg. He is coming on in to finish his bell ringer. Go Dietrich, looking good. An orange streak down the finish line. Don't forget, tonight at 7 p.m. we do have Vasaloppet Radio Hour at the Paradise Theater. This is a live radio show after the old-fashioned radio shows and will involve skits, sound effects, advertisements, and live music. If you can't stay in town to watch the show, feel free to live stream it with the link off of Facebook or our website. I'm told it's all new and slightly improved, the show material. Dale Gentry, St. Paul, Minnesota, approaching the bell ringer. Timothy Coques, Savage, Minnesota, approaching the finish line for his bell ringer. Carmen McLaren, University of Minnesota Ski Club, finishing the Dala. Caitlin Richter, University of Minnesota Ski Club, finishing the Dala. Amy Lee, Champlin, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. Sophia Ostrom, Team Home Teached, finishing the bell ringer. Margaret Patterson, Verona, Wisconsin, finishing her bell ringer. Here comes Margaret. Oh, this is Amy Lee. Amy Lee Champlin, finishing the Dala. Sophie Ostrom, finishing her bell ringer. Margaret Patterson, finishing the bell ringer. Paul Stenberg. You got this, Paul. Finishing the Dala. Paul Stenberg from Mora, Minnesota. One of our local favorites. I bet he has some beardsicles. He is followed by his good friend Michael Kittock from St. Paul, Minnesota, also finishing the Dala. Oh, wait. I think Mike is going out on another lap, maybe. Let's give a cheer for Mike in the furry hat. Go, Mike! Go, Mike! Go, Mike! Go, Mike! All right, Nora Herzog came in with Team Home Teached, and we have a few more approaching the finish line. So we have John Dennis, St. Cloud, Minnesota, and he will be finishing his Dala race. And Kirsten Deverdeer from Edina, Minnesota, finishing the bell ringer. and Roberto Catania from Rochester, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. 4 finishers. Amy Harrington from Mora, Minnesota, is also finishing the race. I think, do you know anything about King Vasa? Where's Amy Harrington? Where's King Vasa? How come he's not been here today? Nora Herzog, Team Home Teach, is finished. And Kirsten Deverdare, sorry if I mispronounced that, Edina, finishing her Bellringer. Amy Harrington, I believe, is married to King Vasa. Does that make her Queen Vasa? I'm not sure. Finishing her Bellringer. Roberto Catania from Rochester is finishing his race. Great. We got some icicles there on the beard. Make sure you stand for your finisher's cap. Just a reminder that the award ceremony has already been, I think, around 2 p.m. Bellringer and Race Awards will be at 3 p.m. in the Mora Elementary Commons. Today we had approximately 600 skiers out on the course, and tomorrow we will have approximately 400 or slightly more skiers out on the course. Julia Castanew from UW-Madison Ski Club is finishing her Dala race. John Amundsen from Graston, Minnesota is finishing the Bellringer. Way to go, John! This reminds me of our days together when I was coaching you as your ski coach. Nice finish. James Hess coming in from Big Lake, finishing the Bellringer. Joran Katani is approaching the finish line. He is from St. Paul, Minnesota, and he will be finishing the Bellringer. Bruce Stone, St. Paul, Minnesota, also finishing the Bellringer. Way to go, Bruce! Yeah! Catherine Senes from Team Swoop is approaching the finish line, and she will be finishing the Bellringer team race. Chloe McLaren from UW-Madison Nordic Center will be finishing her Dala race in Badger wear. Way to go, Chloe. Nice finish for the Dala. Strong work. And we have Julie Rue approaching the finish line from Mora, Minnesota. Richard Searle from Litchfield, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. Anna Chrisman and Renee Chrisman, my good friends and neighbors, finishing their Bellringer race together. Way to go, Chrismans. Woohoo! Just a reminder that awards for the Bellringer and team race are at 3 o'clock in the elementary commons. Approaching the finish line, we have Isabella Schimpf from Blaine, Minnesota, finishing her Bellringer. She's with Jeremiah Schimpf, Blaine, Minnesota, also finishing the Bellringer. Way to go. Great family ski today. Also coming up here, we have Travis Baker, Alexandria, Minnesota, finishing the Bellringer. And Court from Ham Lake, finishing the Dala. And she in the Dala. And here comes Travis. Just a reminder, we have races here again at 10 a.m. tomorrow. We have our long classic, 45K, and our half classic. I believe that's 42 or 43K, or sorry, 21K. And they both start at 10 a.m. tomorrow, 10 a.m. tomorrow. followed by our kids race at 1:30 tomorrow. The mini Lopet for grades 6 and under with distance options of half K, full K, or 4K option. Full classic is 45K, 4 laps. Half classic is 21K, 2 laps. The reason for the distance difference is that part of the skate track is taken out of the classic track route. We have Cheryl Conroy, St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. And Sierra Barthen, Minneapolis, approaching the finish line to finish her Bellringer. It's been a great day to ski. Great day. Nice job, Sierra. Way to go. And thank you so much to all of our volunteers and sponsors that help make this race happen. We are truly working on this race year-round, even though it maybe wouldn't seem like it. Even in the summer, there are volunteers doing trail work, and the Vasaloppet board is meeting and discussing how to change things or what needs to be done to plan for the upcoming year. Other sponsors that we'd like to thank are Wellia Health, Own and Family Foundation, Northland Automation and Engineering, Solomon, the City of Mora, Swix, and Douglas Kerr Underground. All of these organizations have donated to our cause here to help us have a great day skiing. We have Kirsten Anderson from Minneapolis, Minnesota. She will be finishing her Dala race. Make sure you get that finisher's Transculas. In regard to volunteers, our organization is entirely volunteer run, excluding one paid employee who works in the Vasaloppet office a few days a week. And maybe a few outside contractors as well. We have easily 2,000 volunteer hours put into this race event here today, with the bulk of that probably being around trail work to make it happen. All right, let's give a big applause for Tom Rowe from Hugo, Minnesota, and he is finishing the Vasa. Great work, Tom. Well deserved, well deserved. Way to be a skier. And approaching our finish line, we have Beth Rebellia from St. Paul, Minnesota, and she'll be finishing the Bellringer, and she is so excited. She's got those hands up, and she has that cool top on. Love it. So just some fun facts here. We got the first snow gun here in about 2015, and the second one on the north part of the property followed a few years later. There are 2 cooling ponds that go because the water shot out of the 12 local volunteers that really make the snow gun go. They spread the snow out of the snow pile below the gun, and then they groom the snow. Approaching the finish line, we have Carla Anderson from Matamidi, Minnesota. She is finishing the Bellringer. And Stella Kirsten from University of Minnesota Twin Cities finishing her Dala race. Terry Salmona. Terry Samala is finishing his race. He's from Mora, Minnesota, and he is finishing the Bellringer. Terry is a longtime volunteer for this organization and has done a lot of work over the years for the Vasaloppet. Way to go, Terry. Love that Vasaloppet jersey you have on. If you're still interested, you could partake in the Vasaloppet Art Show, which is in the basement of the library, I believe, until 4 p.m. And we'll also be there again all day tomorrow until 4 p.m. Also, there's a pancake breakfast at the Masons building in town from 8 till noon, I believe it is, 8 a.m. to noon. Tonight, there is a Vasaloppet Radio Hour show at the Paradise Theater. Okay, incoming, we have Mark Oswood from St. Paul, Minnesota, and he is finishing the Bellringer. Great job, Mark. Also coming down the finish line, we have Sue Winkoffs Larson from Lino Lakes, and she is finishing the Bellringer. Wendy Caswell from Mora, Minnesota, finishing her Bellringer, and Donna Spencer from St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing the Bellringer. Nice job, ladies. This was a challenging year for us. In a matter of weeks, we had to change the whole race because we realized we wouldn't have enough snow to cover Main Street. That being said, we pulled it off. This is the first time ever the start and finish has been here at the Nordic Center, and the board members and volunteers had to improvise and be creative and figure that out. And they did so in short order, and I would say nicely done. Well done, and thank you to all of those volunteers. Approaching our finish line, we have Carolyn White from Madison, Wisconsin, and she is finishing her Bellringer. She is followed by David Sonnenberg from Woodbury, Minnesota, also finishing the Bellringer. Way to go, David. Don't forget your skier's lunch over in the elementary commons with the ticket in your bag. Also, the award ceremony for the Bellringer and team races at 3 p.m. in just about 5 minutes. Lib Larson from Waverly, Minnesota is approaching the finish line to finish the Bellringer. Noah Wineland from Mora, Minnesota is finishing now. Way to go, Noah. Nice finish. And here comes Lib. She's striding in style with a big smile on her face. It's wonderful. David Senes from Team Swope is also approaching the finish line, and he has done the Bellringer team option. Sorry, Daniel Senes, if I said David. Daniel Senes, finishing that race. Way to go, buddy. Just a little bit about our snow farmers. We have the core group of 12 who typically volunteer to do this. And it literally does include some farmers and farm equipment. The Vasaloppet actually owns a manure spreader to help spread snow, but we also borrow other manure spreaders and tractors. And other ski organizations have at times consulted us to learn more about how we do what we do. We have 2 snow guns, one on the north end, one on the south end. Lots of hours are spent at night turning on, turning off, adjusting the guns, pushing down the pile so it's not too tall, loading the pile into the manure spreaders, spreading it on the trail, and then breaking down the big clumps of snow with the piston bully so that it can turn into trail. Basically, they always start by making a small circle, a small loop, and then add to the loop. And here comes Zoe Book from Champlin. Although she does look to be wearing University of Minnesota gear, so maybe she's part of that ski club. She is finishing her Dala. Nice job, Zoe. Way to go. The ski farmers start by making a small loop. Typically, it's no more than a half a K or a K, and then they basically make the circle bigger and bigger as they can as they get more snow. And this year, they managed to do a big push at the very end to grow the circle from about 5 or 6K to 12K, and that is the course you're skiing on today. I would say it's fairly certain that we wouldn't have had a race today if we didn't have that base of man-made snow. The snowfall we have had this week is just too thin to be groomable without dirt showing through and things like that. And so it really is the trail that the snow farmers made that let this race happen today. And we have one of our local snow farmers, indeed, Eric Olson, approaching the finish line from Mora, Minnesota, and he is skiing with his daughter, Gracelyn Olson, also from Mora, and they are finishing their Bellringer together. Way to go, father-daughter. We do have a fundraiser every fall in October at Sapsucker's Cidery just outside of town. And you can also donate to the Vasaloppet through the website. We don't charge a fee to use our trails here or the Nordic Center. We typically rely on donations. And donations are appreciated and essentially pay for fuel for generators and equipment and electricity for things related to that and snowmaking. It all goes to a good cause. It's sort of nice to look out at that far hill where the course comes out of the woods, and I can see skiers going over that hill, and it's such a nice view with the sun and the snow on the trees and the blue sky with some of the clouds. It really did finish up being here a nice day. We have Therese Russell from Minneapolis finishing her Bellringer, and Andrew Santani from Arden Hills finishing the Bellringer. Lacey Danielski from Mora, Minnesota, one of our local skiers, and Isla Danielski from Mora, her daughter, skiing together and finishing that Bellringer with big smiles. Looking good, Isla. Doing great. Mom's getting video of all of it, crossing that finish line. All right, we have another local family coming in here. So we have Dashiell Kroll and Miles Kroll with Dad, Dave Kroll, all coming into the finish line. Way to go, Dashiell and Miles. Good job. Looking good. Nice ski, Dave. Back-to-back races for you as well. No. Alex Larson is coming into the finish line from Waverly, Minnesota. Valerie Rittler from Minneapolis finishing her Dala race. Brian Perkovic from Odina, Wisconsin finishing his Dala race. Great job, Alex. Nice job, Valerie. Here comes Brian. Let's cheer him across that line. Finishing the Dala. Don't forget your skier's hat. This race started in 1973. It was initially a point-to-point race that started in Mormon, way north of town, and went through the woods and back to town. I've done that course 5 or 6 times. It was a beautiful course. We did have to move to a lap course out of town with low snow years. I think in the early 2010s is when we started to realize that we had to change. And that's about when the snow guns showed up as well. And from that point on, we've done this lap race essentially out of town and north of the Nordic Center here. Ideally, we love to start and finish on Main Street because it's such a nice feel when you start and finish on Main Street. But we did the very best we could with what we had, and we did not have enough snow to cover Main Street. And so this is the first ever start and finish right here at our beautiful Nordic Center facilities. And here we have, approaching the finish line, Brett Smith, White Bear Lake, Minnesota, finishing his Vasa race. Finishing the Vasa. Well earned. Way to go, Brett. And Beth Conway from Minneapolis is approaching the finish line to finish her Bellringer. Brian Winger from Mora, Minnesota, also approaching the finish line. Ellie Land from Ashland, Wisconsin, coming into the finish line. And she's finishing her Dala. Great job, Ellie. Way to go. And here comes Brian Winger from Moore, Minnesota, finishing his Bellringer. Patrick Sundahl from Sparta, Wisconsin. Wow, you came kind of a long way there, friend, to ski, finishing his Bellringer. All right, way to go, Patrick. I was born and raised in Adams County, so I know where Sparta is. I've lived in this community since 2006. I moved here for a teaching job, and they asked me if I could also coach Nordic skiing. And I did that while I was teaching 6 years, and moved on to go to med school and become here at Well. It really got into my heart, and it really this community. There are so many people here that support skiing and care about skiing and want Peter Fritzell from Ames, Iowa. I believe he is the 4th Iowanian I have seen cross the finish line today. He will be finishing his Dala ski. Way to go, skiers. Nice job, Cynthia. Nice job, Peter. Make sure you get that skier's hat. Just a reminder, starting tomorrow here at 10 a.m., we will have our classic races. So all day today was predominantly skate racing, and all day tomorrow is classic racing. Today you could technically classic or skate, but the bulk of skiers today chose to skate because it's faster for this type of race. Tomorrow is strictly classic stride racing. There will be 2 sets of tracks set on the entire course. And probably more sets of tracks actually set in the start area, probably maybe even 4 or 5 total sets of tracks started in the start area. The course will run in the same direction. Here comes Cindy Kittock from St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing her race. She is finishing the Bellringer. Way to go, Cindy. We're so excited you came to town to ski with us. Also, tomorrow at 1:30 in the afternoon, we have our mini Lopet for grades 6 and under. And that will be distances of half a K, 1K, or 4K. You are welcome to accompany your child on foot or on skis. You do not have to register yourself if you just wish to accompany your child. But you do need to register your child. That can be done online, I believe, through the ski club or the Vasaloppet websites. All right, approaching our finish line, we have Michelle Conway from Minneapolis. She's finishing the Bellringer, and she has a great smile on her face. And Elizabeth Barajas from Minneapolis, also finishing the Bellringer. Finish line, we have Bob Kilgore from Hugo, and he is finishing the Bellringer in classic stride. Just a reminder to everyone that our Nordic Ski Center here is open to the public for public use from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. every day that there is snow and skiing. And way to finish there, Bob. Nice job with that classic stride. And we have about 3 kilometers of lit trail for nighttime skiing, if you prefer that, over a headlamp. In the Nordic Ski Center, there are showers, sauna, waxing tables, a kitchenette. And sometimes groups will come here from out of town for ski weekends. We do ask that if you are here skiing that you leave a donation in the donation box on the post outside the Nordic Center to help support snowmaking and grooming efforts. We don't charge a formal trail fee. We have Jason Brent from Helena, Montana, finishing his Dala. Nice job, Jason. I think he is the second person from Montana I've seen finish today. Maybe third. And also, we have a lot of other fun snow-related events here throughout the year, and that is the collaboration of both the Vasaloppet USA organization and our Morris Ski Club. And those events include, but are not limited to, a fun lantern-lit ski, a skijoring race, a fat bike race, a winter triathlon, a strictly classic ski race, and then the Moraloppet, which was last weekend, which is essentially a warm-up and a preview of our race course for the Vasaloppet. Ryan Messira from Minneapolis, finishing his Bellringer in classic stride. Great job, Ryan. And so many people in the community over the years have volunteered and given time to this organization, literally generations of people. I remember when I first moved to town, there was a generation of people essentially that were doing most of the volunteering, and now it has moved to a younger generation of people. And so it's literally gone across two generations in my almost 20 years here in town. We have another family affair here coming into the finish line. Beckett Kroll from Mora, Minnesota is our speedy little skier finishing his Bellringer with mom behind. And Phoebe actually did her 48K Vasa and then hopped right in to do the Bellringer back to back today with Beckett. Great job on that. And then David Searle from Minneapolis also finishing his Dala. So I've gotten to do 2 interviews so far today. I spoke with Peter Larson, our head Mustang ski coach, and Phoebe Myron Kroll, president of Morris Ski Club. If Chip Georgine is out and about, he's a very social fellow, that Chip. Tell him to come on into the announcer's booth and we'll end the day with an interview with him. Right now, he is serving as the Vasaloppet board president. He also does coach on the ski team, is not the head coach. And he, frankly, is one of the most social and enthusiastic people I've ever met. He goes to Sweden often, sometimes multiple times a year. And when he skis the Vasaloppet in Sweden, he literally skis around talking to people that he knows during the race. All right, let's cheer our skiers in. 3 skiers we have approaching the finish line. So we have Oliver Espy from Minneapolis finishing the Bellringer. Alex Espy, Minneapolis, finishing the Bellringer. And they are there together side by side. And Jessie Simon from Barrett, Minnesota, finishing her Bellringer. Great job, skiers. Make sure you see the Kranskulas. Get that finisher's hat. Jessie, nice job. You look so good on those classic skis. You're doing great. Jessie is a teacher, but she and her husband also farm. I think the primary farming they do at this point is goats that they rent out to eat buckthorn. So if you need that taken care of, talk to Jessie, who just finished the race. And incoming, we have Eric Leinhardt from Brook Park, Minnesota, just next door to Mora, practically Mora. And he is finishing his race in classic stride. Cool as a cucumber, no hat. It must really have warmed up out there, maybe in the sun. Way to go, nice race. Finishing that Bellringer. All right, we have some skiers approaching that finish line. Let's give them some bells and cheers. Sophie Gran and Sven Gran finishing their Bellringer, both from Mora, Minnesota. Hey, way to go, skiers. Way to go, Sven. All right, so there's a few more skiers out there on the trail. I have seen a few people now going over the hill I can see in the open area before you come on the straightaway here to the Nordic Center. And here we have Austin Johnson from Carrick, Minnesota, and I believe he's going on his 4th lap for the Vasa. Let's cheer for him and support him in that. You got this, and we will be here when you cross that finish line, friend. Thank you so much to the Kranskoulas for cheering at the finish line and welcoming our spectators and skiers and all the hospitality work that you did this week. And a big congratulations to our 2025 Kranskoula, Julie Mulford. She has had 2 kids who have gone through the ski program here, and so she has been pretty involved in skiing as a result of that. And she's also a kind of born and raised local Mora citizen, and so knows the community well. Has a lot of connections and just really has a lot of skill in bringing people together and really did make it a great Vasaloppet 2025 year. Okay, so we have a few people coming into our finish line, and all 3 are finishing their Bellringer. So we have Arthur and Mark Hickman from Elk River, Minnesota, and they are finishing their Bellringer in classic stride. Cool as a cucumber. Way to go, guys. Nice job skiing out there today. And from Ogilvie, Minnesota is rounding the bend here, and she is wearing full Vasaloppet attire, I believe. Really skiing in style, and she is finishing the Bellringer as well. Way to go, Jenna. You're doing great. We'll have opens casual skiing here from 4 until 5:30 p.m. Then the trails will officially close to set tracks for tomorrow's classic racing. Classic racing starts here tomorrow at 10 a.m. and both races will start together as they have a lower total registration. About 300 skiers will go out together in that classic race. And the longer classic will be 45K 4 laps, the half classic 21K 2 laps. And it's because part of the skate lap won't be utilized during the race. And 10 a.m. start, 1 p.m. awards for tomorrow. Mini Lopa at 1:30 for elementary grade 6 and under skiers with options for half K, 1K, and 4K distances. Tomorrow will not be snowing, but I do believe it will be a little colder than today with initial temperature at start time for the classic races in the single digits. Tomorrow's process will be similar to today. You can check in and pick up bibs at the Mora Elementary. You can also drop a bag there and get your skier's meal there after you're done finishing your race. We have a skier coming in to finish, and this is Andrew Jahala, also my country neighbor from Mora, Minnesota, finishing his classic race, or actually, sorry, finishing his Dala race. And I would be willing to bet money that he is doing the classic series, perhaps. Stanton Miller is now approaching the finish line for his Bellringer, and Stanton hails from Highland Park, Illinois. Stanton, you're giving me a new state to check off on my map. I'm so excited. Way to go, Stanton. We're so glad you came up to ski with us today. Did anybody out there get to try blueberry soup today? Thumbs up or thumbs down? Thumbs up. Oh, wait, your thumb is frozen up. Oh, I think Cindy said thumbs down. Yeah, she said thumbs down. Too sweet? Yeah, sure. Amanda Smith now approaching the finish line. She's from Minneapolis and she's finishing her Bellringer race. Follow the bells, Amanda. Follow the bells. The Krentskulas say that they'll be hearing bells in their sleep tonight because they're just ringing them all day long. Woohoo! Way to go, Amanda. Nice ski, nice ski. Don't forget, everybody who skied today, I believe there's early bird registration information in your ski bag for 2026. If you so wish to, put it on your calendar and register at the cheapest rate. Tonight, for your entertainment fun, we do have Vasaloppet Radio Hour at the Paradise Theater, free admission, although I do believe that they accept donations. And this is a live radio show with skits, sound effects, commercials, live music, hijinks, and more. Okay, here comes Miles Mink. Miles Mink from Forest Lake. Liam Lang from Mora, Minnesota. Sophia Labrie, U of M Ski Club. Mia Elvkrog from UW Ski Club, finishing their Dalas. 4 Dala finishers all in a row there. They were really in it for the long haul. And also now coming down the line, we have Katie Black from Minneapolis finishing the Bellringer. Valerie Paxton from Austin, Texas. Oh my gosh. Texas! Sam Ferguson from St. Paul, Minnesota, all Bellringer finishers. Way to go, skiers. You're striding so nicely. Big smiles. I love it. Just a little bit of information about Nordic skiing. Here comes Valerie Paxton, Austin, Texas, I believe. She said, true story. All right. Woohoo, go Val. I got to mark it off on my map. Anyway, Nordic skiing is at least 5,000, if not 6,000 years old, and primarily probably started in the Nordic Scandinavian countries, essentially with the Vikings. But also there's evidence that people use things like Nordic skis in China even earlier than that, maybe 16 or 6,000 years ago. So this is a really old sport here, people, and we are still doing it that many years later. Primarily, Nordic skiing was initially developed because people realized that the long wooden skis could give you more flotation when moving through snowy terrain. Obviously, it wasn't the sport that we have here today. It was maybe more like telemark or backwoods skiing when they were doing it. It was more for transportation. And my official state count, let's see here. Oregon, California, Hawaii, Montana, Colorado, Texas, Minnesota, of course, Iowa, Wisconsin, Illinois, Michigan. I'm going to count DC as its own state. 12 states, 2 Canadian provinces, with Ontario and New Brunswick represented. And I still spy in the distance some skiers on the open hill that comes out of the woods. So we still have skiers going strong in the sunshine and headed for the finish. Now approaching the finish line, we have Christina Ekstad from Minneapolis and Margot Omet from Plymouth, Minnesota, both finishing their Bellringers together in classic stride. Way to go, skiers. Great day out. If you are live streaming with us today in your homes or elsewhere, a big hello to you and thank you for welcoming Vasaloppet USA into your homes. And thank you for listening. You can also expect live streaming in a similar fashion tomorrow for the classic races and the mini Lopet. Also, there will likely be some kid skier interviews tomorrow that are always fun to listen to. Josh Schultz now coming into that finish line and finishing the Bellringer, and he hails from Mora, Minnesota. Great job, Josh. Follow the bells, follow the bells. He still has a smile on his face, even if it felt hard. Way to go, skier. Robert Koshnick from Detroit Lakes is coming in to finish his Dala race. Great job, Robert. Way to join us for a great day skiing. We're so glad you came. Make sure you get your finisher's hat. And we have Jack Williams, Minneapolis, finishing his Dala. Jack Williams, Minneapolis, finishing the Dala. Go Jack, go Jack. Woo! Go Jack, go Jack. I like your sunglasses. Full coverage. Here comes Dave Armstrong from Mora, Minnesota. Dave has spent many years volunteering in classic events, and I believe he's pretty much always the guy that helps me get in my canoe at the canoe race. And I'm always amazed that he doesn't fall into the water and get really wet with his waders on. We appreciate you, Dave. Good job. I like that classic stride. Here comes Carol. Carol hails from Duluth, Carol Smith, and she will be finishing the Bellringer today, also with her classic stride. We're so glad you came down to ski with us today, Carol. Way to go, Carol. Looking good. Cross that finish line. Follow the bells. Now finishing, we have Daniel Robin from Hamel, Minnesota. And he is finishing the Dala, and he is doing great. He did a great job. Way to go, Daniel. Carrie Mink, Forest Lake, Minnesota, is approaching the finish line to finish her Bellringer. And she is doing classic stride with a smile. And the Kranskulas are ringing those bells. Great job, Carrie. We're so happy you were here with us today. She is followed by Carl and Evelyn Mink, also from Forest Link, and I do believe this is likely a family affair. Also finishing the Bellringer. Follow the bells, Evelyn, follow the bells. Ski towards the bells. Way to be a skier, Evelyn, and get that race done. Great job. Also, now finishing the Dala, Jordan Moa from Madison. He's going to finish this, folks. Way to go, Jordan. Great effort and way to finish that race. We just have maybe a few more skiers on the course at this point. If you are going to stop live streaming soon, we thank you so much for listening and welcoming Vasaloppet USA into our homes. Hopefully you can listen and partake again tomorrow. Don't forget about Vasaloppet Radio Hour tonight. You can also live stream that if you wish, starting at 7 p.m. Thank you so much to all of the heart and volunteerism in this community that makes this race happen and makes this community work.